Someone clip this!
Just say chat, someone click.
Someone clip this! Someone clip this!
wise because it's a good game to keep listening about Doctor Who. See? So I keep watching this like brief explanation of Doctor Who. It's a wee video of 12 hours, and I am currently on the 4 and 21. I don't know. I agree a lot of people that's their take, but I feel that I can fit easily without anyone. I have the whatchamacallit, the mercenary mentality. Okay, I'm opening Shady Order. I don't know how Doctor Who fan are you. I'm currently with this guy, I think. Don't know which one it is. No, I'm the one that has a very colorful attire of Doctor Who. Oh yeah, the category. Game Shady Fallen Order. So let's see. Oh yeah, we were in the beginning of this map. There is loot over there. Who loot? Oh yeah, I remember. I saw that loot before. I'm guessing you like them because they are kinda witchy. Smile. Load. Oh. Yeah, good my music. Yes. Let me put this over there. Oh, that yes. Okay, let me lower a bit the game audio. There we go. It doesn't matter much because there is subtitles, and honestly the story is not that big of a deal.
Was a very particular type of story that would have gone very in depth to the origin of the Doctor and Gallifrey as a whole and how everything worked and all of that, but there was a falling out, and I mean major falling out, as John Nathan Turner and Eric Saywood had a humongous argument on the way the story should be made, or more specifically how it should be adapted into the new plan for season 23, that being Trial of a Time Lord. There aren't many specifics known, but what I can say is that Eric Saywood had been getting sick of JNT for a while now, to the point where some fans allege that he was intentionally trying to sabotage the show. I disagree, because I think that a lot of his episodes are actually quite good, but the main point is that bridge was burned, and season 23 was looking rougher than ever. Things only got worse when Robert Holmes, who was supposedly looking over the whole thing and even writing the final episode, tragically died, leading to even more jeopardy behind the scenes. Forced to engage in last-minute rewrites, the slack fell to Pip and Jane Baker, who I feel like I've been a bit mean to in the past. They did their best. It was not fucking easy, okay? The loss to season 23 is a myth in the Doctor Who fandom, and one I am particularly fond of. In fact, I have written this whole lost season, and I have the scripts in my vault, my archive, aka this folder on my desktop. And if you want to see me make a video where I bring those scripts to life, just leave a comment below, man. You already know what to say. It's interesting. There were plans, genuine plans, after the success of the two Doctors, to bring back Patrick Troughton, to have the show headlined by a previous incarnation, at least for a while, but these plans didn't seem to go anywhere. Instead, desperate and out of options, they decided to go with Trial of a Time Lord. This was a very sorry state of affairs. As the show was on trial, the writers decided to make the meta text the actual text and put the Doctor on trial as well. Doctor Who is on trial in more ways than one. The whole season would be one story and a measly 14 episodes. The budget has been slashed, and I mean by like 3/4, and the episode count has straight up been halved. So they had 75% less to work with per episode, and they had 50% less episodes. How is that fair? Pip and Jane Baker were called in to pick up the slack, and I feel bad for them. Mostly because as a young'un, I used to call them out a lot. It wasn't their fault, really. I feel really guilty about it, because I kind of been easy. Especially when the guy who's supposed to be running the story dies halfway through. It's a miracle any of it got made, to be honest. Trial of a Time Lord is split into 4 quarters, with the trial subplot facilitating for extended flashbacks that make up the majority of content in the episodes. These 4 quarters are known as the Mysterious Planet, Mind Warp, Terror of the Vervoids, and the Ultimate Foe. The Ultimate Foe was the one meant to be written by Robert Holmes, and still manages to be the best part of the whole thing, at least in my opinion. The Doctor is held on trial by the Valiard and is shown his memories through the Matrix as evidence. Looking back, these trial sequences weren't nearly as bad as I remembered them being as a kid.
Perhaps the mantle of Valiard was a mistake. I would therefore suggest that you change it for the garment of quite another sort of yarn. That of the knacker's yarn. Your argument is as tired and worn out as the poor unfortunate creatures that end up there. I will apologize for telling the truth.
But I still retain that the whole framing device is just not the direction the show should have gone in. I mean, who's the audience here? The kids and fans don't care about courtroom dramas, and courtroom drama fans are hardly going to care about all the sci-fi stuff in silly costumes. What I can say is that a lot of the practical work here with miniatures and monster designs are actually all pretty good. Given the lack of money, a lot of these look really cool. The problem though is that in general, this season ain't all that. The Mysterious Planet sees the Doctor and Perry land on Ravalox, which, spoiler alert, is the Earth in the future. Dun dun dun. Okay. Then there's Mind Warp, which sees the return of Syl and the appearance of Brian Blessed. Perry dies in this episode when Syl steals her body, which is sad until it's revealed that no, she didn't actually die and she's actually a warrior queen. Cool. Next is Terror of the Vervoids, which introduces Mel, Melanie Bush. We all love Mel, played by Bonnie Langford. She's a gymnast fitness computer expert, something or other. Who the hell cares, man? And it's a murder mystery with plants, which leads us to the final part where it's revealed by the Master, who shows up in Rainbow Wonderland, aka the Matrix, that the Valiard is actually the Doctor. Gasp. Somewhere between the Doctor's 12th and final incarnation, which I love the vague language there, very sneaky. He is the dark recesses of the Doctor's mind. They kind of left off him like a Shedinja from Pokemon. Only one person will get that reference. I actually quite like this idea. It's really cool, and the performance from Michael Jaston is just great. He and Colin Baker basically carry the whole series, and the final 2 parts of the story, The Ultimate Foe, take place entirely within the Matrix as the Doctor and the Valiard battle it out each other. Also introduced here is Sabalon Glitz, who is a roguish coward comic relief character. He was called in as a witness earlier, but I mean that's basically it, okay? Character actor's gonna character actor. The Doctor is found innocent, the Valiard is defeated, but oops, turn around, he's still out there. Ooh, I wonder if we'll see him ever again. We won't. The Doctor and Mel get back into the TARDIS, and the 6th Doctor says his final words. Carrot juice, carrot juice, carrot juice. because yeah, the Sixth Doctor story ends there. It is maddening to me that this is how it ends. But yes, season 23 and the Ultimate Foe specifically marks the end of the Sixth Doctor's run in Doctor Who. And that is as anticlimactic as it sounds. There is a reason I wrote my own version, people. This shit sucks ass! Not that I write my scripts out of spite, it's the opposite actually. I write them out of love. Behind the scenes, season 23 performed pretty bad. Not the worst Doctor Who season ever, mind you, but definitely down there. And a far cry from the success of seasons 19 to 22, or even just 22. They were cut in half. And that could have been enough ammunition that Michael Grade needed. But inexplicably, they didn't decide to end the show. Instead, they gave John Nathan Turner an ultimatum. Either he leaves, or they make Colin leave. John Nathan Turner called up Colin Baker to tell him that he was fired. Colin Baker couldn't believe it. He said, when he was on that phone call, when he heard John Nathan Turner tell him they want you to leave, he so desperately wanted to hear him say after that he fought for him, that he told them no, that he stood his ground and he wouldn't let that happen. But the words never came, and Colin Baker left the show. It boils my blood. It is so scummy. They didn't even have the decency to fire him to his face. Because of contractual obligations, Colin Baker still had to promote the show, even after he was fired. It is heartbreaking. Colin Baker was by far the biggest fan of Doctor Who to become a doctor. He had watched the whole show. He had researched the character. He even read some of the books. He cared truly and deeply about the program, and they tossed him aside. And do you know what the worst part is? Michael Grade didn't even want him gone. Michael Grade later said that he had no issue with Colin Baker at all, that he simply wanted John Nathan Turner. Apparently, even Peter Davison corroborated this, saying that he was on a flight thanks to Michael Grade, who told him the same story. Colin Baker took the fall, even when he didn't have to. I think for me, the thing that takes the piss is that they had the ghoul to ask him back to film the regeneration. Fuck off. Colin Baker rightfully stood on business to tell him to go fuck him.
I enriched them.
Themselves. And it wasn't even just because of how much they'd screwed him over. Keep in mind, if they had filmed that scene, he would have to wait 8 more months to get another job because of commitments. 8 months! Yeah, they are so fucking scummy, bruh. But overall, season 23 had been an undeniable L. Doctor Who had fallen to one knee, and when it tried to get back up, it stumbled. Things were not looking good.
Wait. I think I know who he is. Also, shady looking man. Oh my god, that was very dry, Shackle. I think I know who you are. And if I do, Huh? Smile. if there is something that is very fun about this game, is parrying blasters. What the? So anyways, Doctor Who.
And the fans were furious. They were quick to turn on Colin Baker, and soon it became established fandom consensus that he had ruined Doctor Who. He was awful, he was terrible, and the ratings were just so bad. You see, a lot of these talking points, these half-remembered truths, copy and pasted so many times that sometimes you can even still see them today, over 30 years later. They're kind of disgusting, to be honest. But why? Why did Colin Baker's Sixth Doctor catch the ire of so many fans? Well, I know it sounds superficial, but I genuinely think it was because of the coat. People didn't like it, and they just couldn't shake that first impression. So I suppose I've got to explain, why is it the coat is so good? I am a certified Sixth Doctor fanboy, which gives me authority to speak on the matter of season 22. This season is stacked, with stories featuring the Daleks, the Master, the Cybermen, Sontarans, a new renegade Time Lord, and another Doctor. There is literally something for everyone here. But additionally, something to keep in mind with this season as a whole was just how dark they were willing to take it. They wanted it to be brutal, they wanted it to be ugly, and they wanted it to be garish. The Doctor's coat is the perfect contrast. Not only does it fit the tone of all of these stories, but it also clashes so heavily with the environments that this Doctor so often finds themselves in. Dark hallways, sewers, mines, everything so dirty and grimy. The Doctor's costume sticks out like a sore thumb. It also fits the new personality for this sharp Doctor with jagged edges. And I suppose that's more of a you either love it or you hate it thing, but I think that whatever you say about Colin Baker, you can't say that he didn't give a tour de force performance. He is by far the most consistent thing about this whole era, being tremendous in every moment he's in. So yes, overall, I think his time on the show was great, and that a lot of people don't give him the respect he deserves. But it wasn't just the Doctor that people hated. Bonnie Langford, being cast as Mel, also sent shockwaves. But don't take my word for it. Take a load of this.
How did it end up like this? Where did it all go wrong?
Ow. And now we have zombies. The Night Sister. That's an odd choice of power. Huh, interesting. Okay. Oh. Wee. Okay. We. BD could be way quicker. Sometimes I feel it's worse than the estos flags. Am I going to get shot? Oh, I see it. Okay. But damn, zombies doing parkour. Yes. He has little tootsies. Ew. Looks like a fucking. Wait. Do I wish to go this way? Oh, I require the new tour. Oh, what do you want to do? How there? Ow. My god. This guy started off. So anyways.
Long for the most successful British science fiction TV show ever. I'll tell you in 2 words. Bonnie Langford.
If you'd wanted to kill it off with a blow to the throat, you couldn't have done it more, particularly because it's like, for anyone who was of a certain generation, you would just throw up your hands in horror at the very idea, you know. As a personality, God bless her, she was loathed by an entire generation who would just look upon that as, just think, well, the new Doctor Who companion is this screaming tap dancer. So where do we go from there? You know, and you've already got a doctor dressed like a clown, and the whole core of the series is just hemorrhaging away, I think, just dissipating from what it's supposed to be about into this kind of overripe panto.
For a 60s Doctor Who fan, squeaky Ginga Bonnie was bad trip Bonnie. In the end, it wasn't the Daleks who defeated Doctor Who, it was her.
Fucking hell. Be a bit more rude, why don't you? This clip in general is quite a good way of looking into the past and seeing how these incorrect consensuses were just regurgitated.
Now the Doctors break down like this. William Hartnell, crotchety old grandfather. Patrick Troughton, kindly cosmic tramp. Over here we have John Pertwee, now he's a bit of a dandy and also a master of Venusian Aikido, quite a sedate martial art befitting a man of his distinguished years. And then of course the classic Doctor, Tom Baker, 20-foot long scarf, jelly babies, unruly curly hair, large sideburns, a look of course I myself am cultivating. He carked it. The next bloke's over here. The Doctor known as the young innocent, Peter Davison, the youngest man ever to take the role, often would leap headlong into trouble, enjoyed the odd game of cricket, affected to stick a celery in his lapel. And then the rot set in. I don't know if it's all Colin Baker's fault. Some people said he was too arrogant. Maybe the BBC was losing interest by then. But Colin Baker, people were no longer watching, and frankly, he was saddled with Bonnie Langford as an assistant, who I personally blame for the decline of British science fiction. So by the time poor old Sylvester McCoy took the role as a kind of funny little man, you know, I just don't think anyone was watching it. Had a terrible time slot, and that was it. The BBC pulled the plug.
Remember, back in these days, it would be hard to verify or fact check for yourself, so people could just say this stuff without any contesting, reducing all the roles and actors down to stereotypes and generic overviews. As you can probably tell, I am a little defensive of this era of the show, but I think that comes with the territory of being a Doctor Who fan. You see, as a fan, I recognize that half the fun of this show is taking the piss out of how shit it is. But it's only funny when we do it. Only we're allowed to do this shit, okay? It's only funny if Doctor Who fans are doing it, okay? If other people are doing it, fuck off. Yes, I do think lesser of you if you don't like Doctor Who. And if you dare to dislike Doctor Who and also make fun of it, fuck off. I'm serious. I really don't have the patience for the haters, especially
Will you not shot me? Thank you.
not anymore. It's different when you're a fan and you can criticize stuff, and I'm down with that, and I think that's all fun, and that's like legit half of the enjoyment of being a Doctor Who fan, right? But you have to remember that at this point, most of the people hating on Doctor Who were not fans of Doctor Who. But speaking of fans, after the show went out, a show that notably did not end on the originally pitched ending of an ambiguous cliffhanger, thank God, fans were given an opportunity to speak to the cast and the crew behind the season and give them their reasonable critiques. Who's this kid then?
It could have been a lot better. It could have been slightly better written, especially the last story.
Sure, he won't be important. For the record, I find this funny. After this show would transmit, 15-year-old Chris Chibnall would feel guilty about the comments that he made and write a written apology to Pip and Jane Baker. Pip and Jane Baker would later write back saying that they weren't offended, and season 23 would go on to be one of Chris Chibnall's favourite series. And, fun fact, his kids' favourite series too. So, all's well that ends well. Apart from the Sixth Doctor's storyline. That didn't end too well. Anyway.
Yet Doctor Who fandom is unlikely to grow at any outstanding rate. It is, after all, an acquired taste. Those of us who have followed the series since its first appearance on these shores can think of ourselves like those who first recognized the work of Picasso or Pollock. We're simply ahead of our time.
Facts! Mom's life, bruv. That's what I'm saying. After much deliberation, Sylvester McCoy was cast as the 7th Doctor, and it wasn't long before filming started on Doctor Who's 24th season. Yeah, guys, we're on 24. Percy James Patrick Kent Smith was born on the 20th of August, 1943, and was certainly the most different so far of the actors to play Doctor Who. For one, he was a Scot, but just in general, he had a natural eccentricity that made him perfect for the role of the Doctor. He wasn't as big a fan as Colin Baker had been, but he had Doctor Who. For one, he was a Scot, but just in general, of the actors to play Doctor Who. For one, he was a Scot, but just in general, he had a natural eccentricity that made him perfect for the role of the Doctor. He wasn't as big a fan as Colin Baker had been, but he had stuck his head round the door a couple times to catch a program in its early days, and he knew that taking on the role would make his son very happy, which I think is as good a reason as any. He was mostly known for comedy, with far-out acts such as playing the spoons or stuffing a ferret down his pants, but he also had the most expressive face and an incredible voice. He soon took up the name Sylvester McCoy, and then later added an R, becoming Sylvester McCoy, and kind of the rest was history. He was announced to the public in probably the most pathetic photo shoot I've ever seen in my life, fit with appropriately battered TARDIS and literal soapbox to stand on. But the 7th Doctor was here, and it wasn't soon before the merchandise began to come out too. DWM Comics also became notable here, as the 7th Doctor's era is when they really started stepping up a notch in terms of storylines, at least in my opinion. Maybe I need to go back and give some of those earlier ones a read, but whatever. There were action figures, there were books, more than just novelizations, and Doctor Who was big. It was worldwide now. So while it might not be doing the best in the UK, that doesn't mean that there wasn't still a rather large franchise here. Sadly, season 24 sucked donkey dick. Okay, maybe I'm being a little too harsh, but let's start with Time and the Rani. This story sees the incredibly rushed regeneration of the 6th Doctor, where infamously Sylvester McCoy would have to don the clothes of Colin Baker and wear a bright yellow wig to make the effect work, and that's more or less the same vibe that the whole story retains throughout. The Rani is back, with Kate Tomara being shockingly willing to come back to this show, having found her last experience on it very enjoyable. And alongside her are the villainous Tetraps, which are actually a pretty cool design. The problem comes in with the writing and set design. It's just dire. There's a scene at the start where the 7th Doctor tries on all of the other Doctor's clothes.
Of course, they are only going to use smile. Wow. Wow. I'm using the power of cover. Wait, stop it. Okay. Oh my god. No. Where the fuck are you?
I mean, man, this show is really clutching at straws. The clothes look shoddy and cheap. The gags aren't funny. The edits are just so noticeable. It makes me feel upset. I feel upset. The show that I love has been absolutely slaughtered by outside interference and budget cuts, and it just makes for an unpleasant viewing experience. Luckily, by the end, Sylvester McCoy has come into his own, getting over the post-regenerative amnesia that kept him in this weird state throughout the story, with Kate O'Mara dressing up as Mel to try and manipulate him. But man, I just don't like this one. It's kind of the first story story of the whole original run, which, man, I feel bad. Luckily, it does get better with Paradise Towers. This episode is a satire and it is genuinely so goddamn good, man. I think this one really plays to this era's strengths in particular, with the shoddy rundown sets and bright lights playing into the comedy rather than working against the atmosphere. If every story of the season was like this, then I wouldn't really have much to complain about. Also, something of note here, he'll be important later, he got his start on Doctor Who right here. But anyway, after that is Delta and the Bannerman, which is probably the worst episode of Doctor Who ever. Probably. I mean, it just sucks.
For a tropical place, the greenery's a bit odd. I thought they'd have wider leaf trees. Never mind.
So this is the first for Doctor Who anyway to come here?
It is, I think, yes.
It's a first for you as well. How difficult will it be for you as an actor to portray this character, Doctor Who?
I don't know. I'm enjoying playing it, and so far I haven't been sacked.
And then we have Dragonfire. Sabalom Glitz is back. Mel leaves and Ace joins the crew. Ace being a Dorothy Gale, and new companion to the 7th Doctor. She was meant to be a more contemporary, cool kid rebel. And although when writing her, those in charge do seem just a little bit out of touch, her character as well as Sophie Aldred's performance was able to create a really well-liked character. At least in retrospect, maybe not at the time. People did not like the show at the time. Season 24 wasn't very enjoyed, which is why I kind of brushed over it like that, but that was mostly due to its lack of vision. As I said, Eric Saywood and John Nathan Turner had a massive falling out. John Nathan Turner was flailing, and they didn't really have a set tone or style that they wanted to go for. Thus, the show became mostly a mishmash of first draft scripts and half-baked ideas, mostly from the minds of Pip and Jane Baker, as no one else really wanted anything to do with the show. Luckily, for season 25, someone else stepped in, a new kid on the block, and someone who had an idea of where to go. Andrew Cartmel was finally given creative control over the program, and as script editor, he took it upon himself to take the show in the right direction. He had a vision that fans have affectionately referred to as the Cartmel Plan. It was more of a vibe than a plan, to be honest, but it was applied immediately, and to great effect. He wanted to add more mystery into the program. He wanted dark storylines, a more gothic atmosphere, and he wanted to make his own origin for the Doctor. But we'll get there when we get there. Working on Doctor Who was difficult in the late 80s. The production budget had been slashed to high heaven. It was now at the point where the episode count had diminished to an even smaller number. They had very little, and they made a miracle as season 25 opened with Remembrance of the Daleks. Remembrance of the Daleks is probably one of the best stories of all time, and serves as the Silver Jubilee of Doctor Who of sorts. Technically, Silver Nemesis is the 25th anniversary story, but although I do love Silver Nemesis, and I really do, Remembrance of the Daleks is the true anniversary special. This story has everything, taking us all the way back to Coal Hill School in 1963, and even Totter's Lane as well, although it does look vastly different to how it did before, and how it did before, Lord keepers my ass. But we also have a pseudo-unit story, with Group Captain Gilmore taking on the role of the Brigadier in this story. And of course, there's the Daleks. This story marks the conclusion to the 80s Dalek trilogy, with the plotline set up in Resurrection of the Daleks and built on in Revelation coming to a close here, with Remembrance of the Daleks ending the Dalek Civil War in a stalemate. The whole story revolves around both sides of Daleks, Imperials and Renegades, searching for the Hand of Omega, an ancient Gallifreyan weapon that the Doctor stole from his home planet when he first ran away all those years ago, and left it there before the events of an unearthly child. Here we get to see the first hints at the Doctor's backstory, as the Doctor directly refers to himself, by accident but still, as one of the founding fathers of Gallifrey, alongside Rassilon and Omega. The novelization even goes a step further, showing a full flashback sequence of the Doctor's backstory and past before the events of the program. This is the Cartmel Plan, but we'll be talking about that more in a bit. It turns out the Hand of Omega is a trap, and while the Daleks battle it out between themselves, the Doctor positions himself in the best way possible. This scheming and more Machiavellian side of the Seventh Doctor would be explored later in the series, but safe to say this is a massive change in direction from how he was portrayed in season 24. Previously, he was a mischievous practical joker, occasionally blundering in and making funny sight gags, but now his character has been transformed, evolved into something just a little bit more sophisticated. The story does a nice little bait and switch here, with this person in the chair implied to be Davros and this special Dalek being called the Emperor, but it turns out that this person in the chair is actually the Dalek Time Controller, head of the Renegade Daleks, and this Emperor is the one who's actually Davros, which wouldn't be a surprise if you've been paying attention to which sides the Imperial and Renegades are on, but it's neat nonetheless. Also important to note, introduced here is the Special Weapons Dalek, which is cool as fuck. The Emperor design is taken straight out of the Dalek comics, which again, I must reiterate, these comics are canon. I don't care, you guys know it's true. There is quite a lot of stuff here, genuinely rather deep and interesting stuff. Great conversations between the Doctor and this cafe owner, some really interesting stuff between Ace and this guy, and also there's this.
This is BBC Television. The time is 5:15, and Saturday viewing continues with an adventure in the new science fiction series,
Doctor Who is canon. Boom! The episode ends with the Imperial Daleks emerging victorious and taking the Hand of Omega with them on their spaceship. Davros brags to the Doctor, saying that he will use the Hand of Omega to power up Skaro's sun and then invade the universe, saying that he will go on to Gallifrey and declare war on them, wiping them out. To which the Doctor says, go ahead, completely baiting Davros into firing the Hand of Omega at Skaro's own sun and then destroying it. Skaro explodes, which technically means that the Doctor is accountable for destroying a whole solar system and multiple civilizations, but whatever. But it gets worse, as Skaro at this point in the timeline had not advanced to the point where the Daleks had been created, meaning destroying it created a paradox, deleting every single Dalek from existence. Davros managed to escape in an escape pod, but at the time this episode was released, Skaro was unambiguously destroyed and the Daleks were gone. Similarly, Silver Nemesis, the Cyberman equivalent to the story, also ends with the Cybermen using
fuck off. Nope. Oh, that's how it. I mean, to me, looks more like an owl, but who's to say? The Sabrak. Oh wait, it's a Sabrak. Let me wait 1 second. Sabrak, Star Wars. Oh, yes, I love the Sabraks. Yeah, no, to be honest, when I think of Sabraks, I think of Sabrak, what is it? Batur? What is it? No, it's Badur. Wait. Kotortu, maybe? Here, Baudur. This guy. Let me see if I can. This guy. I think of Baudur from Night of the Old Republic 2. Which he is cool as fuck. So yeah, I'm Team Sabrak.
using a Time Lord weapon called Nemesis to accidentally destroy their own fleet, meaning that the Seventh Doctor, in just one series, vanquished both of his greatest foes for good. It's pretty unambiguous. He defeats them for good. I suppose I should talk about Silver Nemesis then. This story is basically the same as Remembrance, except it's Nazis instead of renegade Daleks, and it's Windsor instead of London. It's a very weird story, to be honest, but the highlight is its inclusion of Lady Penfort, a mystic figure from Earth's past who seems strangely aware of the Doctor's history and all of the mysteries surrounding him. Up next is the Happiness Patrol, which was a very controversial story at the time, mostly for including the villain, the Candyman, which is a great Doctor Who antagonist. You guys are just crazy. It's also a great story, but fans did not really see it that way. The season ended with The Greatest Show in the Galaxy, a rather epic and self-aware story touching on the nature of fandoms, failing shows, and pleasing the BBC higher-ups. Wonder what this one's about. The heads of the channel were represented by the gods of Ragnarok, who forced the Doctor to juggle and dance for them until the Doctor eventually emerges victorious, watching as their circus crumbles in on itself. I can't show the clip for copyright reasons, but he walks away from the explosion and it is super badass. It's actually a really good story with a werewolf, a creepy clown, and just a great performance from our two leads, just in general. The Seventh Doctor and Ace were quickly becoming one of the best TARDIS teams out there, but sadly, audience reception didn't seem to see it that way. The season was a failure, and the decision was made for season 26 to be Doctor Who's last. Which, can I say, this is fucking dumb. Season 25 is widely held, at least right now, to be one of the high points of quality in the show. The fact that it was this season and its follow-up that got the show cancelled is mind-boggling to me. Around this time, it released Wartime, starring John Levine, returning to the role of Sergeant Benton. This short film was released by BBV with a budget of £5,000 and marks the first ever independently produced Doctor Who film ever. And trust me, as we go into the 90s, we're going to be hearing about a lot of these. Season 26 began with Battlefield, which is infamous for being the least viewed Doctor Who story of all time, which is a real shame, because this story is fucking fire, bruh. Once again, yet another point against the Ratings Matter crowd, but don't worry guys, we'll have that discussion when we get there. I've been pushing it off for 4 hours now, it's just not relevant, bro. We'll get there when we get there. But anyway, Battlefield is just a straight epic. The Brigadier is back, Unit is back, a new Brigadier is back, we have Bessie back. This story is just a joy to behold, and also it's got some really cool sword fights in it, like genuinely. This story is like a mythical fantasy medieval hybrid episode with the villain Mordred being a villain from the past who wants to use her evil magic and forces of darkness to fight against King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. It's just awesome. Basically, the Doctor is Merlin. Now, this is where it gets a little confusing, right? Because Merlin is supposedly a different incarnation of the Doctor from both his past and future, but one that looks like and has the same face as the Seventh Doctor, which implies that multiple Doctors can have the same face if they so choose. But basically, I'm not gonna lie, this story kind of just doesn't make any sense because it was mostly meant to be set up for something that just never happened. So if you can set that aside, you will have a wonderful time. The Brigadier gets his epic battle moment when he shoots the destroyer, everyone goes home, and even all the girls in the story get to go on a ride in Bessie while the Doctor makes the tea. It is seriously a genuine wonderful time. But don't worry, because up next is Ghostlight, which is an experience. Again, the Doctor's manipulation is shown on full display here as he tricks Ace into returning to a house in Perivale, Gabriel Chase. It's a haunted house story with delightful horror sci-fi elements, and I'm actually not going to spoil this one because I think it's great and it's probably the most underrated Seventh Doctor story of all of them, outside of maybe Paradise Towers, but that's for a different reason, okay? Keeping up with the same gothic tone is The Curse of Fenric, which is an ancient vampire story taking place in World War II, which that should be enough to tell you that this is
Oh. That's an ugly. What the hell? Smile. Ow. I. What the fuck? Come back, you rascal. Gleaming glass. Anything to analyze in here? Doesn't seem like so. Oh well.
Fucking awesome. Fenric is an ancient entity, a being of pure evil that the Doctor defeated in millennia past. It is revealed here that it was Fenric who planted Ace in the Doctor's life as a long con, a trap. But even more shockingly is the fact that the Doctor knew. This episode again is very powerful and very emotional, dealing with the subject matter of Ace's abuse and neglect at the hands of her mother, and they do it very deftly. When Ace meets her mother as a baby on the rainy shores of Northumberland, everything changes for her, and she jumps into the ocean to wash herself clean of all the feelings she felt before. Genuinely very good, but sadly not good enough. Survival was the fourth and final story of Doctor Who Season 26. The Doctor and Ace return to Perivale, Ace's hometown, where she grew up in, except things have changed. Everyone is gone. Is Ace just growing up? Or maybe these cats have been transporting her friends to the planet of the Cheetah People. It's the latter, of course it's the latter. And shock horror, the Master is back. back. Anthony Ainley gives one of his best performances ever, as he has been possessed by the darkness of this animal's planet. That raw instinctual rush, it has turned him into a monstrous beast. The Doctor and the Master have one final confrontation on the planet as it burns, clubbing each other to death with skull and bones, the raw primal instinct threatening to destroy them both. But the Doctor escapes. The Master's fate is left unknown. A truly epic final fight for the final parts of this series. Ace and the Doctor reunite, and they go off into the wilderness forever. A last-minute addition was the voiceover at the end, where the Doctor gives his iconic final speech. Somewhere, the tea's getting cold. Come along, Ace, we have work to do. And then Doctor Who ended. Just like that. On December 6th, 1989, the final episode of Doctor Who aired. But the story's far from over. No, I mean it. Seriously, the story's not over. Hey, look at me, okay? Look back at the screen, not the drawing tablet, not the video game. Look at me, okay? The story's not over. We still got a lot to go. Welcome to the wilderness years, the gap in time where Doctor Who was off the air, named after the wilderness that the Doctor and Ace walk off into at the end of Survival. We're gonna be here for a long time, folks, because believe it or not, this time period is important, very important, and you will see why very shortly. But first, let's do a quick recap of the original series. Classic Doctor Who lasted 26 seasons, running from 1963 to 1989, a rather impressive run, if I dare say, and spanned 7 incarnations of the Doctor in total. We were introduced to his home, his arch nemesis, his other arch nemesis, his family, friends, teachers. We kind of had the whole shebang. And if I had to summarize the story really quickly, the Doctor runs away from Gallifrey with his granddaughter. They spend a little bit of time on Earth before accidentally bumbling off on adventures all around time and space, meeting the Daleks and setting in motion the Doctor's never-ending quest to do good across the entire universe, and also having a good explore too, because why not? After that, it is a revolving door of new faces and friends as the Doctor regenerates before eventually finding himself in too big a pickle to handle. He calls for the Time Lords to help out because he ran away from them, remember that? He is put on trial and then sent to Earth on exile. He stays there for a little bit till Omega, then the Time Lords are like, you know what, we'll let you go. He regenerates but still goes on side quests for the Time Lords or the White Guardian or whatever, regenerating again until the 5 Doctors, where he becomes High President. He regenerates again, goes on trial again, finds out in the future he goes bad, realizes the Time Lords are pretty bad, but we knew that all along, and then regenerates one last time, kills all the Daleks, kills all the Cybermen, and defeats the Master once and for all, the end. Now, I could add a few footnotes in there. Slide in Season 6B, slide in the fact that the 7th Doctor isn't who he seems to be, but guess what? We're going to be talking about that just now, so stay tuned, folks. The BBC were scummy. They were sneaky little bitches, bruh, because their plan, their plot to destroy Doctor Who, well, it was just straight up malicious. I described earlier how they forced Colin Baker's exit, and then John Nathan Turner's continued service in the show, slashing its budget year on year in an attempt to diminish its reputation. And then, when public interest had waned just enough, then they put it on hiatus. Yeah, can you fucking believe that? Fucking hiatus. Didn't even have the balls to say that they cancelled it, which they did, by the way. This is a cancellation in anything but words. And boy, oh boy, were they delighted. Yippee, yippee, we got rid of our long-running show. That'll show the nerds, the losers. Ew, some of them even have anoraks. Hee. Fucking hate these guys. To anyone who calls the cancellation of Doctor Who justified, just wrong. They intentionally sabotaged it. Admittedly, they even admitted to sabotaging it. They put it in the worst time slot on the worst day against one of the most popular series of the whole year. And all because of one pantomime horse 5 years ago. These people are vindictive, man. Look, I can criticize seasons 23 and 24 like I can, genuinely. It's probably my least favorite period in the whole history of Doctor Who. But something we as a fandom have to recognize that it wasn't Sylvester McCoy or Colin Baker or really anyone's fault outside of the higher-ups of the BBC. But let's just say that people at the time, they didn't really see it that way. Doctor Who's fandom was booming, growing exponentially, even without out a new program. Despite the decreasing viewing figures, McCoy's 7th Doctor had ushered in a whole new generation, and the start of the 90s saw the original viewers of the 1960s program finally coming into their own in adulthood. I was born around this time, by the way, 91. Get it? But honestly, this makes sense why. The show was almost bigger than itself at this point, with so many books and comics and external pieces of media, and one has to remember that at this point, the internet was coming in. Home releases had started. The first few VHSs were getting sent out, and that was all across the world.
VHSs.
The Doctor Who fan club and Doctor Who magazine were massive, with the Sci-Fi magazine poll ranking the Doctor as the #1 most popular sci-fi character of all time, and a Radio Times poll ranked Doctor Who as the #1 most wanted show to return. The Wilderness Years gets a reputation for being when Doctor Who went underground, and while it is technically true, the franchise itself was still massive, niche only by technicality. A lot of fans had been bullied, repressed, and forced to mask their true selves. The Wilderness Years was that ultimate force of repression, where fandom was forced to fester in the shadows. But as one can imagine, just because something is not given the light of day does not mean that it cannot grow. The Fitzroy Tavern was a regular pub, just like most others. There's nothing really special about it, outside of the fact that occasionally, every now and then, it would host Doctor Who fan meetings, let's say, frequent regulars who would attend it and socialize. It garnered quite a reputation in the fandom, as a lot of high-profile names went there relatively often. Little did anyone realize that this silly little pub would turn out to be rather quite important. And around this time, it gets rather difficult to pinpoint an exact timeline on all of the content that got released. So instead of doing it in strict chronological order, I'm going to first explain the comics, then I'll explain the books, and then I'll explain everything else, because I think that'll just be much easier and more cohesive. You know what I'm saying? Instead of instantly going back and forth, blah, 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 blah. Who cares, man? As I mentioned earlier, Doctor Who was still affiliated with Marvel Comics, who helped release a few select comics and crossovers from the 80s through the mid-90s. A lot of these comics would be compiled and released later in full-blown graphic novels. These were usually made from DWM comics, and to save everyone a lot of time and hassle, instead of going over every DWM comic, I will instead be going over every DWM collection, because I think that's a lot easier. The first was the Iron Legion, which naturally features the comic The Iron Legion, as well as City of the Damned, Doctor Who and the Star Beast, remember, with Beep the Meep from earlier, the Dogs of Doom, and the Time Witch. Continuing that same storyline is the follow-up Dragon's Claw, which features the Collector, Dreamers of Death, the Lifebringer, War of the Worlds, Spider God, the Deal, End of the Line, the Freefall Warriors, Junkyard Demon, and the Neutron Knights. Wow, that's a lot of them, innit? This ends the 4th Doctor's comics, and funnily, that last one, the Neutron Knights, features a line from Merlin, of all people, saying that he'll meet the Doctor again in some other time and some other form, which is definitely strange, because that is literally what the 7th Doctor's plotline is. So maybe they knew. They probably didn't know. After that is the Tides of Time with the 5th Doctor, which is actually the only 5th Doctor comic collection. I didn't actually read this one, so I can't give comment, but Voyager, featuring the 6th Doctor, that one I did read. This collection is heralded as the introduction of the fan favorite 6th Doctor companion, Frobisher. Frobisher, the talking penguin. Technically a shapeshifter, but he likes the form of a penguin, so he just stays like that. He was originally a bounty hunter with a tragic backstory, but he became friendly very quickly and joined the 6th Doctor on many adventures through time and space, all off screen, of course. This presumably all occurred during the gap between season 22 and 23. Also introduced here was Abslom Daak, the Dalek Killer. I suppose I should probably explain the Dalek timeline, seeing as we've passed the end of the show now. The Dalek timeline is split into two halves, that being pre-Genesis and post-Genesis. Originally, the Daleks were on Skaro. They lived for however many years after their war. The Doctor came in, kickstarted everything, and that eventually wrapped up with their civil war in Evil of the Daleks. That's all of the 60s Dalek stories, and then there's the 70s ones like Day and Planet, which you can just squeeze in there between Power and Evil somewhere. And then there was Genesis, this story that starts the feud between the Daleks and the Time Lords, which gets mentioned again in Resurrection and Revelation and Remembrance. The Doctor was sent to meddle and intervene, but he failed, resulting in the whole Dalek timeline being completely reset as their progress was expanded exponentially. This led to Daleks getting much stronger, much faster. They got into a war with the Movellans, these guys, which led to them reviving Davros, and then that eventually led to them fighting in another different civil war, which ended up killing all of them. But notably, Davros did survive, so there's that. Absalom Daak is a sort of vestige of the past. He's like a predator of the Daleks. Very badass character, introduced in the 7th Doctor's comics, but presumably a character from the pre-Genesis timeline. He's unleashed against the Daleks and just tears them apart with his bare hands. I mean, it's pure 90s comic badassery. Also, mirroring the Daleks, the Cybermen got their own comic book trilogy called Exodus, Revelation, and Genesis in the DWM The World Shapers comic collection. It's pretty cool, and that theme, that biblical naming convention, would actually stick with the Cybermen for many years. Then, the 7th Doctor's comics would start with A Cold Day in Hell and Nemesis of the Daleks, which, as you can see, features Absalom Dack from earlier, meeting the Doctor, and these comics also feature Sarah Jane returning briefly to travel with the 7th Doctor, among a bunch of other quirky sci-fi companions. The 7th Doctor's comics would continue with The Good Soldier, Evening's Empire, and Emperor of the Daleks, with all three of these collections each having their fair share of integral storylines that would later be referred to as inspirations for future stories. After that, the DWM comics would continue with stories of any Doctor, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th, with the 7th, the latest Doctor, at this point still remaining the most prominent. That was until news came out. News that there would be a Doctor Who movie, and it would be made by Steven Spielberg?
Top film director Steven Spielberg has announced he's making a new Doctor Who series. What worries British fans are the rumours of actresses from programmes like Baywatch taking the part of the Doctor's companion. Mary Garn's been finding out more.
There's still no news of who the 8th Doctor Who will be, but the Time Lord's friends and enemies are worried. Doctor Who's loyal fans are waiting eagerly for the latest news of the Spielberg series, but even his enemies want him to stay British. Mary Garn, GMTV.
I hope Steven Spielberg makes the special effects even worse than they were on the original.
Oh yeah, real classy. Just got to throw that one in there. Nice little jab. You see why it kind of sucked being a fan at this time?
I'd like the Baywatch girls on, because it would really take your eyes off the wobbly scenery, really. Thank you, Joe.
The show was too popular, both in Britain and overseas, to be left. So it wasn't long, even after the cancellation of the show, that talks were had about a potential revival. But we'll skip ahead to that when we get there. The Doctor Who fandom was growing up, or so it would like to think. And with the target novelizations being mostly complete, fans were clamoring for something a bit darker, a bit edgier, and a continuation of the program. Enter the Virgin New Adventures, created by Virgin Books. This would answer all fan needs, and would act as an example, in my opinion, of everything wrong with Doctor Who in the 90s. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too harsh. For their time, this stuff was all they had, but for me, I mean, it's just so edgy. I hate it. Now, I've already made an explanation video on this before, but it would be rude of me, I think, to just skip over all this, so let's do it all again. Run it back. Remember how I said that the Remembrance of the Daleks novelization had an extended flashback sequence that added new lore? Well, here we go, folks, because the Virgin New Adventures set out to answer all of that new lore. It was a series of 61 novels over 6 years, and was written mostly by that Fitzroy group. I mentioned them earlier. Remember them? These were the hardest of the hardcore, and they'd reached the age where they could now take over the program. Ben Aronovich and Mark Platt were kind of the only ones left of that old guard, and even then, they came in right at the very end. Terrence Dicks still wrote stories, but the original crew, let's say, well, they were all long gone. The actors were still game, albeit with no show for them to be in, but outside of a very small handful, it was imperative that new people came in to refresh the franchise, and they all had one goal: to realize the Cartmel plan. Dun dun dun. This range would continue directly on from the events of Survival, but with a more adult tone, which basically meant that there would be lots of sex and drugs and hookers and sex and violence, and Ace would be bald and naked. Rock on, dude. Again, my disgust is thinly veiled, but seriously, this was a very formulative time for Doctor Who. In the four walls of that bar in central London, the new lore of Doctor Who would be angrily discussed. As you can imagine, there was a lot of butting heads with loud, very disgruntled fanboys all screaming at each other over what is or isn't canon, with absolutely no way to verify what anyone is saying. Very long rants and discussions about where the show went wrong, who was the best, who was the worst, what counts, what doesn't content count? Should there be sex in the show? Should it be squeaky clean? Romance? No romance. There was an awful lot of groupthink. They won't mind me saying that because they knew they were weirdos too. Don't worry, man. I'm right there with you. We are 6 hours in. And basically everyone was kind of mourning the fact, in their own silly ways, that the show was gone. And that not only was the show gone, but they couldn't even be out and proud about liking it. It had become niche. And a lot of them suffered from self-hating paranoia. I feel for them because I get it. I am no longer in the Doctor Who closet. But all of those who suffered before me, I don't judge, man. I don't judge. But holy hell, some of these takes from back in the day, maybe I should just get into them. A lot of people frequented the Fitzroy pub, some of whom you might recognize. Stephen Davies, mentioned him earlier, Nigel Robinson, Paul Cornell, Mark Gatiss, Chris Chibnall, Rod Shearman, and Nick Briggs were among some of the few, but there were lots more. Stephen Davies actually worked on a 90s kids show called Dark Season, where he would change his name to Russell T. Davies. The T, of course, taken from James T. Kirk. He won't call himself a Star Trek fan, though. Only named himself after it. In the business, that's what we call internalized nerdophobia. That kid, of course. He claims he didn't get it from Star Trek. Who's he fucking fooling? But anyway, Dark Season was a self-admitted Doctor Who ripoff, and the reason it was made was because Mr. T Davies, Mr. T Davies, he basically really wanted to make Doctor Who. Here's a fun fact for you all. In 1989, as season 26 was about to come out, two young budding writers, both named Stephen, each sent in commissions to Doctor Who so that they could write for the show, and both were declined because it went into hiatus. Ironically, good old Russell T, he was a big fan of this show Crossroads. I love this show. I've been getting really into it recently. He got a chance to write for that. He even went to the set. He got handed the Crossroads Bible. I mean, I'm jealous. Crossroads Bible? He was all set. About to write for it, about to make his debut. When it all came down to it, that show got axed too. Maybe he's just a bad luck charm. Also, funny coincidence, Chris Chibnall, you know him from earlier, he would actually reboot Crossroads. What a small world. Anyway, this group would become fandom leaders with kind of everything else.
That's a spin-off. The Doctor Who's. Hi, Taco. Taco coffee. Let me see.
Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Takao o Takao Café. Soy un camarero VTuber, un streamer de variedad y un artista.
Damn, natural. What a natural.
From this point, branching out from here. Of course, we have the VNAs, the Virgin New Adventures, but then later, of course, we would have Big Finish, which, okay, I'm skipping ahead. I'll stop. Let's talk about the VNAs, okay? There were quite a few of these, so I'll only talk about the interesting ones. Time Worm was a collection of 3 novels that kind of set the scene for the whole thing. Ace was here, and she was kind of the sex symbol for Doctor Who in those days. Blech. Now, no offense to Sophie Aldred, because this actually isn't on her, because I put the blame on the lust-fueled fanboys. Maybe it's because I never found the character of Ace like attractive. That sounds too harsh. Everyone in Doctor Who, I personally think every single actor to ever be on Doctor Who has been attractive, like conventionally attractive model. Seriously, everyone in this show is beautiful. But just to me personally, if you ask about my taste, you know, which I know no one cares about, but generally speaking, I don't really have a crush on Doctor Who characters. And also, I'm just not fucking weird about it, man. No offense to any of you guys in the 90s. But you suck. Next up is Mark Gatiss, who actually delivers one of the better stories of the VNAs, Nightshade. This one is really good. Like, seriously, good job, Go. After that is Iceberg by David Banks. As you can imagine, this one is about the Cybermen, because by this point in time, I don't think there was a man more qualified on Earth to write or talk about them. Around this time, we were introduced to Bernice Summerfield, the new companion for the VNAs, and the next target of unwanted fanboy advances, even though they weren't even a real person. Man, I'm starting to feel really guilty. I am calling out this fandom. Maybe I am a self-hating fanboy. Have I thought about that? No. It's everyone else who is wrong. Bernice Summerfield is actually a pretty cool character, though. I just like hating on 90s Who because it's shit. But it's shit in a nice way sometimes. Actually, no. It is just shit. No offense, guys. But then after that would be Damaged Goods, written by Russell T. Dizzle. This would switch things up because instead of the story being about sex and violence, Damaged Goods would be about gay sex and drugs. In a thinly veiled AIDS metaphor featuring characters called the Tylers. Wait a second, who wrote this again? It's actually one of the better stories here, genuinely. With Steve and Gabriel Tyler having quite an interesting story. It's basically an adaptation of Blood Brothers, you know, that old music musical, and also Gabriel is a psychic. Remember psychics? They're just a thing in Doctor Who. This novel also ties into goth opera, with there being an overarching theme of vampires at play, which of course goes back to State of Decay, with the vampires there in their war with the Time Lords in the Dark Times. Goth opera was a Virgin Missing adventure, which would basically be the V&As but set with other Doctors. These generally were quite a bit better and not as vulgar as their new adventure counterparts. The whole series would come to a climax with its final, debatable, installment, Lung Barrow. But before we talk about that, let's talk about some good news for a change. Paul McGann had been cast as the 8th Doctor Who. Yes! A new American reboot had been announced, and the BBC would be collaborating with Fox. It'd be all new, it'd be all American, and it'd star Paul McGann as the new Doctor. But wait a second, are we forgetting something? Let's wind the clocks back, because I think we missed a rather important milestone. Wahey! 30 years in the TARDIS. 1983 marked Doctor Who's 30th anniversary. There was quite a bit of buzz among fans, of course. The general audience couldn't give a shit. But fuck them, that's what I say. As I mentioned before, VHSs were releasing at an increased pace, including Sharda, the lost story from season 17, finally seeing a release, with Tom Baker going around an exhibition to deliver the missing moments. Additionally, lost stories like Tomb of the Cybermen were slowly being recovered as fans trekked across the globe to find lost copies. But the big event was on Thursday night, the 26th of November 1993, where the 30th anniversary would air as a crossover with EastEnders. Dimensions in Time would serve as Doctor Who's big 3-0, and this shit is mega ass, kinda. It's probably the second best thing to come out of 90s Who, and it has, to be fair, a lot of fun elements, but a lot of the enjoyment that I can get out of this story is dampened by the fact that it was just so horrible to film. It features every living Doctor, with even Tom Baker giving a half-hearted intro voiceover, with the mic clearly being in shot. The budget here is somehow a fraction of what we ended with last time, resulting in just an absolutely abysmal time. The Rani is back, Kate O'Mara somehow still enjoying the show, and she's pickled in time like gherkins in a pot. The first 3 Doctors are now CGI heads. Then the other Doctors end up with all of the other companions, and they all have a little mishmash. They all meet back up again, and they end up in EastEnders. Yes, that's canon. They take out everything they can from the BBC wardrobe and stick anyone with anyone. At least the 6th Doctor gets to meet the Brigadier, which officially means that the Brigadier has been in a story with every single original Doctor. Isn't that brilliant? He's met them all. At least there's one nice thing that can come out of this mess. Victoria's back, Leela's back, Louise Jameson, who is actually on EastEnders normally, if I remember correctly. Susan, we got Susan, Mel, Perry, Liz, we've even got Zog. Remember Zog from the Ultimate Adventure stage play? Show some footage of the Ultimate Adventure stage play. So this stage play has got a guy in it called Zog. And Romana, who is also in it, and is probably the coolest part out of everyone. But basically they go around the Cutty Sark, they go around Greenwich, and it ends with K9 basically shooting the Rani's TARDIS, and it's over. Thank fucking God. It's also a partnership with Children in Need, so I guess I can't be too mad, because, you know, at least it went to a good cause. It was this is dire. This would also be John Nathan Turner's last venture as Doctor Who producer, and a little bit over a decade later, he would pass, sadly never being able to see what Doctor Who would later become, believing himself the cause of its destruction. How sad. To be fair, I felt sad too when I watched this story. What a load of junk. What a load of junk. It's the Doctor Who equivalent to the Star Wars holiday special, but maybe not that bad. At least we got a nice charity event out of it. You know, let's look on the bright side. But anyway, after that, they made a Doctor Who movie. As I said before, Paul McGann was the 8th Doctor, born in 1959. He took the character in a new direction, a controversial direction, as a lot of people didn't really like his portrayal.
So give him 6 months, he'll be able to name all the Doctor Who's in order. William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton, John Pertwee, Tom Baker, Peter Davison, Colin Baker, Sylvester McCoy.
What about Paul McGann?
Paul McGann doesn't count.
I call those people wrong. There's this thing called the Leakley Bible, which was meant to be the new law and canon that this revival would stick to, but spoiler alert, it never did. But basically, it changed everything around the Daleks. They were spiders now. And to be fair, there was actually some cool stuff as well. I can't be too judgmental on it, because basically, skipping ahead, things didn't pan out so well for the movie, which was a shame. Paul McGann is an incredible actor, and I love his portrayal of the Doctor, even going as far to call him one of the definitive incarnations of the character. But right from the get-go, I think you can see that this movie was doomed to fail. But what was it? What was the TV movie? Okay, so in 1996, Doctor Who attempted to do a collab with Fox to get another series off the ground. This took the form of the TV movie, otherwise known as Doctor Who: The Enemy Within, which continued on from the events of the VNAs and then took things in a new direction. The film was very successful in Britain, breaking 10 million viewers night of airing, but in America, where it mattered, it underperformed, leading to nothing, sadly. But that doesn't mean there's not a lot to talk about here. First of all is this new TARDIS. Immediately, it grabs your eye as a drastic reinvention. The original Doctor Who TARDIS had largely remained untouched, with the season 14 secondary control room being the only real switch up over the whole course of the show. In season 26, the TARDIS got darker as the 7th Doctor turned the lights off, but little did we, the audience, suspect that this change was actually made out of necessity because they were disassembling the sets. However, this new TARDIS was massive and featured multiple sections. It was a blend between old and new, with a futuristic but rustic aesthetic, with the vintage library and older technology. Second thing you might notice is the fact that we start with the 7th Doctor, which is great for fans but not so good for new audiences, who basically have no idea what the fuck is going on. Thirdly, the film begins with a monologue, which basically lore dumps Skaro, Gallifrey, and the Master, who has now apparently been executed by the Daleks and turned into this snake-like goo thing, which is further proof for the claim that the Master is straight up immortal. I mean, he has literally lived past everything. He's lived way past his 13th life, and even when he was turned to dust, he somehow survives. And he sends the TARDIS way off course to San Francisco, 1999. Dun dun dun. And then the Doctor gets shot. Yeah, the 7th Doctor dies after being gunned down by gangsters, which, I mean, okay. The Master possesses Eric Roberts, famous American actor, and basically becomes the Terminator. Meanwhile, the 7th Doctor regenerates and becomes the new schmexy Doctor, who quickly gets it on with Daphne Ashbrook's Grace Holloway. This immediately turned off all of the fans, as they had imposed a strictly no kissing policy in the TARDIS. No hanky-panky, they called it. Oh my god, what a bunch of dogs. But what happened next split the fandom in two. The Doctor was half human. What? The Doctor is half human on his mother's side. I can't believe they've done this. What? They can just do that? Change the established lore? Anyway, the Doctor defeats the Master, literally brings 2 people back from the dead with magic, and the day is saved with a kiss. Aww. Also, the Eye of Harmony is now in the TARDIS instead of being inside Gallifrey, a law change which surprisingly remains to this day. I don't even know how that works. It might not sound like it, but I actually really like this film. It's a typical 90s movie, and I just adore that feel. Maybe it's nostalgia. It's definitely nostalgia, but I love it, okay? And I love Paul McGann's 8th Doctor too. But yeah, this was never gonna work. There were too many problems right from the start. But I think I should jump back for a second. I said that this film followed on directly from Longbarrow, and boy was I not lying. This book is dense, by the way, and very expensive. But basically, going over it very lightly, this story was Mark Platt's attempt at delivering the answer to the mystery of Doctor Who. That being the question, Doctor Who? Who is the Doctor? Now, he wanted to reinsert the mystery into the show, but to do that, he wanted to follow the Cartmel plan, which was to answer the question with more questions. Now, if that sounds confusing and counterintuitive, that's because it is. But anyway, Longbarrow is a story about Gallifrey and the Doctor's origins on Gallifrey, and how secretly all this time, the Doctor has been a founding member of Gallifrey, known as the Other. He's the 3 in the big 3. You see, Gallifrey reproduce using looms, apparently, after an ancient war with the Pythia deemed the planet infertile. That means no child can be born on it. So basically, what happens is that the Doctor goes back to the House of Longbarrow, which is actually secretly underground on Gallifrey and is sentient, and also has a bunch of ghosts of people who betrayed him. And this is actually the easy version, because this story is impossible to understand. It was meant to be a television story, but eventually it got replaced with Ghostlight, which is more or less the same same story, but watered down and with less lore reveals, making it infinitely better. There's actually so much in this story that I don't know if I can fit it into the video. So Ace is a Time Lord now. She's called Dorothy. Romana is the new High President of Gallifrey. She spends the story trying to meet the Doctor. The Seventh Doctor never actually ends up being Merlin, leaving the whole of the Battlefield storyline hanging literally forever. But basically, Susan is still unexplained in this timeline of events. But also, Leela's back. Well, hey! And this time, she's pregnant. And I wonder who with is the Doctor. She's pregnant with the Doctor. Leela is the Doctor's mum. That's why he's half human. That is the actual genuine explanation, the genuine lore behind the Doctor. Sorry to not build up to the mystery. I mean, maybe that could have been a cool reveal, but nah, the Doctor is Leela's son. What the fuck is going? So yeah, the Doctor is half human. How about that, huh? Okay, let me not be too harsh. I do get where they're coming from, right? The Doctor is very different from every other Time Lord, noticeably so. And there has to be a reason for that, I guess. A reason which sets them apart and above, but not academically gifted, as it is said all this time that the Doctor underperformed in all of his classes. Him being half human fits the bill, as well as addressing his connection with humanity. It explains why he hangs around there so much, outside of the out-of-universe explanation being that it saves the budget. So there are real thematic reasons why the plot twist does actually kind of work. The problem for me is that it's very tricky. I think, in general, Doctor Who should shy away from lore. Now, I know it's ironic, me saying that in a video talking about Doctor Who, with a channel that only talks about Doctor Who, but genuinely, to most people, I think it is intimidating, confusing, and frankly boring. Even as a mega fan, I find the VNAs a slog to get through, and I can only care about so much sci-fi gobbledygook. Now, I do love sci-fi gobbledygook as much as the next person, but there needs to be something else there too. An anchor, something to ground you. And also, I think some things are just better left alone. I don't hate the Doctor being half human, but I think that it is a worse explanation than the original one, and that's the risk you always run when introducing something new, especially when introducing something new to replace something old. You risk the fact that it won't be as good. Now, something being different doesn't inherently make it bad, but something being different doesn't also inherently make it good. In my opinion, the best thing to do is to try and make the audience avoid any comparison whatsoever. Comparison is the thief of joy. If you are watching this video right now, don't compare yourself to anyone ever. It'll just make you miserable. Comparison also breeds contempt. People are far more willing to be critical if they compare it to something else. The best thing in my experience is to try and avoid comparing anything to anything, and the best way to do that is to make it an apples and oranges thing. If you make two things separate enough to the point where there's no point even comparing them, then it's likely that people will just take it at face value. And I think you always want the audience to take things at face value, because that's how you get an audience to enjoy something. Part of the reason why fandom is so miserable all the time is because it's always comparing now to the past. All the past to the past. In the 90s, all everyone was talking about was how the 80s was so bad and how Tom Baker was
I'm here. I'm here. Look at me. I'm here. Just look up. I'm here. Yeah, where do I have to go?
was so better, or even just how everything was bad, because some things were better. There is a certain type of Doctor Who fan, and this is true to this day, by the way, who just doesn't like stuff. They don't like the show. There's a few select stories that they enjoy and deem as above the rest, and then through comparison, they will eliminate all joy that they have for the show. You'll see them say, oh, because this episode is so good, every episode should be like this episode. 90% of the show is actually bad. And then, of course, the extension of that, all this new stuff is so bad.
Yes,
the old stuff was way better. Why don't you just take both at face value? What about having standards? Which, I mean, on face value seems fair enough, but the truth is that fan expectations and standards rose exponentially. And over 20 years into the show, they were straight up unreasonable and almost impossible to be met. This is how, by the way, that even though the show ended on a high note with 2 consistently well-written and produced seasons, that contains some of the most beloved stories of all time, by the way. way, people still run with the narrative that the show fell off because the expectations got too high. People think that they know everything, think they know the show, and at this point, it's just kind of impossible for them to be satisfied. It's gotta be perfect in absolutely everything. There can't even be a tiny little thing that no one would have noticed. And safe to say that after the release and flop of the TV movie, there was a lot of dissatisfaction in the fandom. A lot of this was taken out on Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy with a DWM poll, which I can't seem to find anymore, but I promise existed, having them ranked as the least popular things in the show, alongside John Nathan Turner, Ace, and Mel. New thing bad. Some things never change. But the V&As would come to an end with a coda featuring Paul McGann to be the finale of the range. So what would come after that? A load of knockoffs, of course. BBV production stands for Bill Baggs Video and was very obviously trying to appear similar to the official British Broadcasting Corporation. And this man will be responsible for most of the Doctor Who content that will come out in the next few years. And what I mean by that is that he would get the rights to certain monsters and make very low budget fan films about them to try and get his foot in the door in the actual business. At some points, he would even hire old actors to return to their roles, or to return to roles that were very similar to their old roles. This would result in such classics as Auton, Auton 2, Auton 3. There were a lot of these. Among the strangest was Probe, a series featuring Liz Shaw that was basically a follow-up to season 7's Unit. Mark Gatiss wrote a lot of these. It's really weird because Mark Gatiss would show up in a lot of Wilderness Years media. He famously featured in this really funny comedy sketch where he's kidnapped Peter Davison. By the way, my favorite bit about this sketch is that it's clearly trying to appeal to an audience who laughs at Doctor Who fans, but it's also very clearly made by closeted Doctor Who fans who are making the nerdiest references to each other. I mean, I love it. Mark Gatiss also played the Doctor in this weird sketch thing, but the clear gem of the BBV was The Stranger, a series of 6 direct-to-video films featuring Colin Baker and Nicola Bryant playing respectively The Stranger and Miss Brown. Yeah, I don't know, guys. These are definitely meant to be the Doctor and Perry, but for legal reasons, I guess that is a joke. I could make a whole video about this series. It's actually quite crazy, as is this audiobook, which actually received a cease and desist from the BBC for just being slightly a bit too blatant, and also for literally lying on the front cover. Yeah, there were a lot of knockoffs, with real-time pictures also getting in on the fun. They made Wartime, which I mentioned earlier, Shakedown, Return of the Sontarans, which they used this horrific Sontaran design and also adapts a V&A of the same name, and finally Downtime, the most strange story of all that's notable for its introduction of Kate Lethbridge Stewart, played by Beverly Cressman, who would continue playing the role all the way up until 2004 with Deimos Rising, or Demos Rising, I don't fucking know. Downtime is basically a sequel to The Web of Fear, with Sarah, the Brig, and Victoria Waterfield fighting against the Great Intelligence. It's shit, but that's no surprise because all of these films are shit. Of course, as well as these came about 1,000,001 documentaries, which basically raised me, as this was all I consumed until I was about 11. I won't go into all these because they basically made them about every single episode of the show and about every single concept in the show, and there's like 7,000 of them. But believe me, I watched them all, and I'll do it again, goddammit. Which I suppose leads us into talking about Stephen Moffat. Stephen Moffat was born on the 18th of November 1961 and was responsible for creating the 1999 comic relief story The Curse of Fatal Death, which featured the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th Doctors, as well as the Master, the Doctor's companion and wife, Emma, and the Daleks, because of course. This story also features the first female Doctor, and also Emma is really like Charlie Pollard, who we'll talk about in a second. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. The episode is a parody, a pastiche of Doctor Who, and I've got to admit it, this one is downright hilarious. Stephen Moffat is one of my favourite writers for this show, and that's because he is such an asshole, and also he's a fan. He's a fan, you know, he's a fan. But he can make me laugh too. We'll talk about that more in a second. First of all, let's talk about the Doctor. Rowan Atkinson plays the Doctor here, known for Mr. Bean, Johnny English, and my favourite, Blackadder. Fun fact, Tom Baker appeared in Blackadder and totally stole the entire goddamn show. Anyway, the Doctor would then die and regenerate multiple times, leading to many actors taking the role in quick succession. The first was Richard E. Grant as the 10th Doctor, then Jim Broadbent as the Shy Doctor, who's afraid of women, Hugh Grant as the Handsome Doctor, which means yes, yes, Hugh Grant was actually the Doctor. And finally, Joanna Lumley as the 13th Doctor, the first ever female Doctor. And of course, she gets married to the Master. What a world. What a world. This story was somehow meant to be canon at the time, by the way, which somehow makes it funnier to me. Stephen Moffat was an established comedy writer, having made both the incredibly successful Press Gang and Coupling. In fact, it was from an episode of Press Gang, that being season 2, episode 13, that the company Big Finish got its name. Big Finish being the British audio company that bought the Doctor Who license and created official episodes in audio format. Okay, I'm kind of skipping ahead here, so let me jump back. Doctor Who was a show that was still referenced everywhere, mostly by closeted Doctor Who fans, but still sometimes in the mainstream. There were lots of adverts, one of my favorites being this one with Craig Charles. I love Craig Charles. And also this one with Tom Baker for a New Zealand car company or something. It's quite difficult to really explain everything that happened in the wilderness years because it's also spread out. If I find anything while I'm editing the video, I'll just put it in here.
Is important to us. Please press hash to continue. Your call has been placed in queue.
Our call center is now closed.
That'll be a short wait. Your call is important to us. Your call is important to us.
But that takes us out of the 90s. We survived, somehow. A decade went by with only crumbs of Doctor Who, and sadly, as we entered the new millennium, things did not seem too promising on the other side. There had been glimmers, in the UK at least. Most new fans enjoyed the TV movie, even if it had offended the sensibilities of the old heads. The truth of the matter, though, was that it was good to have a change of scenery. A change of anything was well appreciated, and having a new Doctor, even if it wasn't on screen, was much preferred till Sylvester McCoy remained the latest Doctor for 16 years going. Dimensions in Time could be forgotten though. That could be forgotten. But the 8th Doctor was a neat addition. Outside of Paul McGann just being exceedingly tremendous, he was an incarnation almost entirely characterized by EU material, with the DWM comic strips taking to the new incarnation with great finesse. They had some simply epic storylines here, a favorite of mine being one that involved the Flood, a new form of Cybermen from the future. I won't go into detail into all the comics now, but there were some really awesome ones. Another, actually, rather sad entry saw the retconning of John and Gillian Who. Remember them from the original TV comics? In the story The Land of Happy Endings, it's revealed that John and Gillian were never actually real, and they were instead made up by the 7th and 8th Doctor as a sort of escape from the horrors of their actual lives. It's really depressing, but it does help the timeline a bit, so give me that. Since the 80s, there had been a concerted effort to clean up the Doctor Who lore, and while everything still contradicts each other, stepped on each other's toes, small changes like this actually went quite a long way into slipping everything cleanly together. Clearly some stuff in those old comics were important and integral to the storylines at the time, with the comics and show being interconnected multiple times, but there were some puzzle pieces that just never matched. Now, with about a decade of time to tie up those loose ends, finally things were all starting to click. This is still all kind of a waste though. Trying to make sense of Doctor Who continuity is still a Herculean task. And the wilderness years is, in general, just made it far more difficult. But I suppose that means I should get into it, right? The behemoth. There is a clear elephant in the room. And that elephant is the one and only Big Finish. Created by Nicholas Briggs, Big Finish Productions would continue the story of Doctor Who, and there is quite a bit. It being an audio-only format rather than visual allowed them to pump out quite a few storylines. Now, Big Finish...
It's probably going to be audio.
This must be the tomb.
Sausage.
Little help, BD. Help, please. Hey, BD.
something right here. It's dying way too fast.
Help me, BD.
There was going to be like 2 of them or 3. There was only 1. Okay. Oh, this way. Wait.
Is actually confirmed canon. So in a video like this, it would be rather difficult for me to just skip it. And also, I would like to justify the sheer amount of time that I've spent listening to this audio drama simply for my own enjoyment. So because I hate myself, I think I'm gonna have to give the rundown, the brief explanation of Big Finish. Okay, I'm making this its own chapter because honestly here, this could be its own video. Big Finish has made about 1,000 individual stories, meaning that it has more content than the whole rest of Doctor Who combined. Which means I'm gonna have to paraphrase a bit. The company itself started 3 years before it got the Doctor Who license, but things really began to take off in 1999, when it started a monthly release schedule called the Monthly Range. This would mimic the actual Doctor Who stories, where they would release episodes of their own, this time featuring the new 8th Doctor and their original companion, Charlie Pollard, played by India Fisher. Alongside that, there was also an animated webcast called Sharda that attempted to put together the Lost story from 1979, whilst also tying things up with Romana 2 on Gallifrey. It's all very confusing, and honestly, I don't really want to talk about these webcasts. Sharda in general is just a whole can of worms, because retroactively, they mix the meta out-of-universe fact that the episode was lost into the actual continuity of the show, with how in the 5 Doctors, Barusa takes the Doctor out of the story, becoming the reason that this is a lost story. And instead, it no longer happens as it was meant to, and the webcast version is canon. But also there were some other webcasts, like Death Comes to Time, that was supposedly the end of Doctor Who, like the whole story, like the actual end. And just in general, I don't really like them. So let's talk about Big Finish. Let's do that instead. That's way more fun. Big Finish might start small, but it would later go off in all directions with a Gallifrey box set, which as you can imagine follows Romana, Leela, and all that stuff. Nobody Ace isn't there though. I suppose they're continuing her plotline from the books where she becomes Time's champion. But there would also be Cyberman box sets, Dalek Empire, we'll talk about that one in a second, and naturally, stories from every other living Doctor. There would also be a series called Companion Chronicles, where old companion actors would return to tell lost stories. And there were even occasional alternate timeline stories, those being Doctor Who Unbound. This was the bread and butter of Big Finish, with the 80s Doctors really getting more time to shine here, with stories all to themselves where they could have a lot more creative input. They could build off what was there in the show originally and take the stories in more creative directions. The limitation of it being audio only actually suited Doctor Who very well, as it swerved the budget issue completely. Doctor Who could do as it pleased as long as the listener had imagination. Peter Davison, Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy returned, as well as basically every other living cast member. But the pride and joy of the company were the EDAs, the 8th Doctor Adventures. And to all you fans, yes, I know, it all started with Bernie Summerfield, but anybody got time for that? The first Big Finish audio adventure was Sirens of Time, which is a multi-Doctor story, and actually a really good first start. Big Finish is something that I do truly love, but what you guys have to understand is that, like any true Big Finish fan, I have to spend most of my time moaning about it, because I'm a loser. But being genuine for a second, for most of it's like 10, 20 years, it's like damn near perfect. I'm just a hater, bro. The Holy Terror is another I want to point to. Written by Rob Shearman. This shit is just so good, man. And I'm just gonna say it, Rob Shearman, you are my favorite Doctor Who writer. You are tied with Terrence Dicks. I'm just gonna say it. This guy is the fucking MVP, man. He's just too good. After that is the mutant phase. I love this story. I always have. It's actually my first ever Big Finish. And then, of course, after that, we get to the EDAs. Well, technically not the EDAs, because the EDAs started a little bit in with a different story storyline, but retroactively we call all of the 8th Doctor stories that started here the EDAs because they're all divided up into seasons. And okay, I can tell I'm boring you. Please stick around, man. Storm Warning. The start of where Big Finish really begins, I feel like.
It was
Maybe
worth
this is
it.
just me. The 8th Doctor is here and the mood is set. It's the R101 and it's the Hindenburg disaster. And the Doctor meets his new companion, Charlie Pollard, who's basically a peek into the future of what most companions would become. She's great, and she kind of has a sort of romance with the Doctor that evolves into something even more. Makes sense if you listen to it, trust me. But her main gimmick is the fact that in this story, the Doctor saves her from an event where she was meant to die. Basically, he completely changes history, and that has ramifications. Next is Sword of Orion, which introduces the Cybermen. This sets the scene.
I'm guessing there is something in here. Let me raise the sound just in case. Yeah. Yeah, the door closing behind me certainly gives up that something is going down here. Watch it.
Hey, BD, take a look. Okay, BD, what is it?
Ooh, smuggler. You.
My friend, we've reached the tomb of Kujet in search of an astronaut. My friend, we've reached the tomb of Kujet in search of an astrium. It is more secluded than even I would have thought.
Well, I cannot. Yay. For the love of God.
Whatever that was, it's gone.
Lovely, a 7 point suddenly appeared behind me. This probably is not foreshadowing at all. Right? Right, him? Okay, let's see. I don't know what, actually. Maybe I'm going to save it for the last expensive one, which is this. What the? Hey, an hologram. Oh, a training droid. That's cute. I wonder if this have like a... Oh my god, the dead face of this guy. Look at this, that tiny hologram. Wow. No, I love these training droids. What the? Right.
Hey, Cal. Ready for a rematch later?
Yeah, anytime.
Sounds good. On your way to training?
Always.
All right then. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Oof. Oof.
Better get a move on, Cal. Jaro isn't a patient one.
This kinda hurts. Okay, this part I didn't expect it and seems well written so far.
I heard we're getting new orders soon. Finally, I'm ready to be gone from this dump.
We're leaving Braca?
Possibly. Don't get his hopes up with secondhand gossip.
It's okay. I believe it once Master DePaul says so.
Speaking of your master...
Oh yeah, I better go.
This is kinda sad.
You're in a rush.
Master DePaul's called me for training.
You got this, kid.
Oh, this hurts so much.
Master T'Pol?
Padawan, it's time for instruction.
Yes, Master?
Reach our position. Do not keep me waiting.
What the fuck do you want me to do? Am I stupid?
Hustle up, Cal.
Master, you're not being very clear on what I have to do.
Good effort. Remember, we make our own luck.
How the fuck am I supposed to reach? Ah. Maybe.
You can do this. Try again.
Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Maybe push? Pull? I mean. No. Push? I don't get it. What am I supposed to do now? I honestly don't see it.
Get a move on, Padawan.
You say that.
Success and failure, life and death, light and dark. What divides them is your state of mind. You're almost there.
What the fuck I have to do? What the hell? Oh.
Plan your path before you commit yourself.
How you put them before I have to be there? Yeah.
Cheap shot, Commander.
Focus. Were you concentrating, you would have anticipated this distraction. Better, Padawan. Join me.
Why you put that there?
We will begin with physical preparation. First, though, we have orders. Braca is secure. We move out from Maigito shortly.
Yes!
You must...
Master, are you okay?
Something is...
No! No! What's happening? Why did the commander just...
Padawan, something terrible is happening. The clones have betrayed us. There are no answers to your questions. Not yet. We need to get off this ship. Quickly. Get to the escape pods. Use the maintenance halls. We trained for this. Do you remember?
Yes, Master. What about you?
I will create a distraction and meet you. If I am not there when you arrive, depart without me. I will find you on Braca. Do you understand?
Yes, Master.
They're coming. I will seal the blast doors, but if any cross your path, do not hesitate. Go. And may the Force be with you.
Oh no.
Go.
This is hella sad.
Go!
No, like, it's actually hella sad. Oh shit.
Shoot to kill.
No, stop!
T'Pol's on the move. We're gonna need backup.
to pull that to get through. This doesn't make any sense. What's going on?
Finally, I feel like something that is worth of the right thing.
Do we have eyes on the Jedi? No sign of the little one. Search everywhere. You can't have gone far. There's off again. Wait, what's that noise? Hold it through. I'll search the area. Reporting casualties. Apollo's taken out multiple squads. Shoot on sight. Copy that.
I understand. What changed?
What was that? Someone's in the maintenance halls.
I think I'm near the turbo lift. Not much further after that.
I can see shark shit. Oh, here we go.
I have eyes on the small Padawan. He's in the turbo lift.
Do you have eyes? Where?
Got this. Just need to keep moving.
Take him out.
Oh shit. Pull faster.
On your lightsaber!
Sorry, Master!
Keep climbing! I'll meet you up ahead!
Oh shit. Oof. That was not another happy landing. Wee. Oh my god.
There's an override just ahead. We must activate it if we're to escape.
Yes, Master.
We have to pull into the airlock. Send back up. Cyrus Paul is on the other side of that door? Yeah, but he won't be getting through. It's taken far too long to cut through these doors with that lightsaber. What's that sound? Get ready!
Padawan, we have to leave now.
Sorry, but it's very interesting see if I master this, man. Brother.
The door controls! I overloaded the ship's reactors. The explosion will mask our escape. This war is not over, my Padawan. Hold the line. Wait for the Jedi Council signal.
Can literally tank the blaster without armor, and he wearing armor couldn't.
Only in the Force.
Yes, Master.
Padawan. is time for instruction. You let me die, Padawan.
No, I didn't.
My death is on your head.
If you say so.
Fear rules you, as always.
Bye.
You are spineless.
Mira så. Lazy.
You will always be weak.
Tell me more about it. Look at my moves, master. Look at my moves. How can you do this?
Still afraid to fight?
Of course. I know you're a Minash. You're not stupid. There is no same reason to fight you.
Fear rules you, as always.
Can I?
You will always be weak. Pointless acrobatics.
Hey! Acrobatics are the pinnacle looter of Vinashin.
Still afraid to fight?
Shut the fuck up.
Your will is weak. You lack discipline. Fear rules you, as always.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm starting to annoy me.
Yes. My blood is on your hands, apprentice. You are a failure. A weakling.
For sure, King.
You are no Jedi!
Well, shite. Well, there goes my lightsaber. And for some reason, there I go. Hi, Nikit.
Nothing. It's broken. The crystal shattered. Useless. BD? Thanks. Let's just get out of here. I can't explain BD. Not sure I even understand.
He's not go as planned. You can't say I didn't warn you.
Leave me alone.
Leave you? Alone? Lost? And defenseless in this dangerous place?
Shut the fuck up.
Never.
Okay, enough of this. Who are you really?
I know who you are.
Taran Malikos.
I was wrong there.
Former Jedi. Like yourself. We have much in common.
I doubt that.
Oh? We both survived the Purge. My troops betrayed me. I was forced to strike them down, and I escaped to this desolate place. To the darkness here. It almost took me. But I conquered it.
That sounds like pride.
You're the one the Knight brothers follow.
Yes. Well, these savages only respect strength. As we both know, the Force is a most powerful ally.
Power.
Oh, you use the Force to seize power. That's everything the Jedi stood against.
These are dark times. They will consume us if we do not stand with each other.
I don't need your help.
That broken lightsaber tells a different tale.
You can always be fixed.
You saw something in there, didn't you? Something terrible.
Forbidden gameplay.
There are many such places here in Dathomir. Join my family.
No.
And I can teach you how to control its power.
No.
Join my family, and I will teach you to control the power. Familiar words, Malicos.
Sister Merrin, you overstep your bounds.
For years, you said the Jedi orchestrated the massacre that killed my sisters. Yet here one stands, and you seek only to bring him into your family.
You were told to deal with it. Clearly you lack the power, little witch.
Power. You are mad, Malicos.
No, sure, Sherlock.
Dathomir has unmade you, and my misplaced loyalty has allowed you to lead the Knight brothers astray. Unlike the Jedi, the Knight sisters of Dathomir do not turn on their kind. Our bond is eternal.
Your sisters are dead.
Yes, their graves are all around you.
Time to go.
Nama Suma Masona Masaka.
Foolish girl. This power is beyond your control.
You both shall learn.
What do you
When
do?
you face one Night Sister of Dathomir, you face us all!
What do you do?
Run.
Olé. Olé. Can I use force? Yes. What is my force recover by dodging in correct time? I feel like that talent is a steal. I should be recovering force points. This game is such a shit show. So you can punch Kyle. Smile. Yeah. The lightsaber is a tool, but not necessarily you have to depend on it. Doided. Yes, please, Raspan. this game sometimes EA doesn't. I don't know, man. I hope the next one is better. Quotation marks, explanation point. Yeah, sure. I shared a lot of food, so you can ask anyone. No one has my experience, and I have to kill for real. Bye.
You thirsty? I'm thirsty.
I am on midway once again. Hi Kiki, good morning. I will drink. 1 second, I'm swimming. In my pet dead dog.
Help, BD! Seer! Tell Grace to get the mantis running.
What's happening?
A night sister. She raised the dead. They're after me.
Whoa! And you're leading them here? Captain, prepare for takeoff.
This is not a movies. Happy landing. Can I cheese my way back there? No, certainly. Oh fuck! Really? Oh, over here. Oh my god. Hey.
Get us out of here!
What'd you do, kid? I got dead witches crawling all over my ship!
Just go!
I don't think they are going to survive hyperspace, even if they are holding into it.
What happened? Did you find the tomb? Your master's lightsaber.
I saw him. Master DePaul. I saw the day he died. I saw what I did.
Cal.
Now it's destroyed. I couldn't save him.
Cal, you were only a child.
No, I know I could have helped him if I'd been stronger and braver, if I would have listened to him. I could have helped him. I know it.
Cal, it's time I told you everything that happened to me when I escaped the Empire. They brought Shirley in the room. And when I saw her eyes, they showed me what I had caused. She was an inquisitor. And something in me gave. And I lost all control. And I tapped into the dark side.
We already know that.
And I killed them all. Every last one of them. Except for her. And for years, I couldn't forgive myself. I was a wreck. Because I had all this rage. And I tried pushing it down, but there was no hiding from myself. And all I wanted to do was die.
Stream streak, Kiki.
But then I learned about the holocron. A spark of hope that there could be a future, that we could move on. Get up. I can't change what I did no more than you can change what happened to your master. It's in the past, but Cal, you have to make a choice to move on.
How?
You're gonna start with this. You are going to build a new one.
Where the fuck are we? Ilum?
Cal, you will be tested.
Yeah. But I'm ready.
I don't mean just here. Every Jedi faces the dark side. And it's very easy to fail.
You're still struggling with the dark side. Even after cutting yourself off from the Force.
We will always struggle. But that is the test.
It's true.
It's the choice to keep fighting that makes us who we are.
This lightsaber is ugly. Are they going to allow me to dual wield?
I guess it's about time I find out who I am.
Ew. Oh, it's still broken. Smile. Can I? Like, of course, cannot. But I don't know. This game sometimes is very stupid. I don't know, man. I feel EA can make better stuff.
A lightsaber? Here? I don't get it. I don't know how you're gonna do it, kid, but if there's one thing I've learned about you, it's that you always seem to get the job done.
That's so?
Well, I'd say that I'd bet my life on it, but I already have. A lot.
You're not the best gambler, Grease.
Well, sure, that's true. But I still believe in what I bet, and I'm letting it ride with you, Cal.
Thanks. I'll try to get you a win. Been outside?
No. What, are you kidding me? Lateros don't do well in the cold.
I haven't heard that before.
Okay, I don't do well in the cold. Is that what you wanted to hear? You got it out of me. That's why I could never be a Jedi.
Right. That's why.
Don't you have a lightsaber to get or something? Hurry up. We've got a galaxy to save.
Come on, baby. Also, why the fuck do I someone put a poncho on me? I don't like the poncho. Hi, Pengu. Kiki shot Pengu if you can. If not, I will shot him in a moment. Let's see.
could have easily won it. Oh. Like that?
The advantage of me having level 1 security clearance. Now.
Oh, I'm getting mixed signals here.
Log on. I'll walk you through this.
Oh, this is Assassin's Creed. So sad we didn't get the one. We'll open with this house, East one.
And I won't see.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Oh my god, what?
Wait, what? Walk around and look at my stream if you have the availability.
Why?
You'll see.
What's going on here?
Just start walking around when you look at my stream.
I love how your panic tells me that something is wrong.
You'll see. But it's Babu, like...
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh.
He's a Roomba.
Come on, Roomba. I have become Roomba.
Come on, little
Wait, what happens if I jump? What happens if I jump?
Oh.
Well, that works fine. You just can't walk.
That's a clip. So, Nikit, Prekit. Oh well, Kiki won.
Did you say something? Like in the normal voice?
Nikita is a good fanboy.
Thank you. Why do you do this to me?
I'm doing you a favor. I'm dragging fans to you. I'm dragging.
It's not.
I'm giving people a excuse to be your fan. How about that?
Bringing the fanboy enjoyers.
Yes.
Whoa. Yeah. Did you say something? Like in the normal voice?
Nikita is a good fanboy.
Fuck you. Why do you do this to me?
I'm doing you a favor.
Oh, it's replaying because. Oh, interesting.
I'm dragging fans to you.
By the way, Pengu, I'm in the 5 hours 40 minutes of the.
I'm giving people a
of the brief explanation of
to be your fan.
Doctor Who.
Bringing the fanboy enjoyers.
Yippee.
Younglings, the time of the gathering is upon us. Use your skills wisely.
I think we're starting with 8 now. I don't want to get out of it. You got this, Kiki. I will admit you. Believe in the me that believes in you. Yeah. Once I the game calms down with the story, I quit.
The Jedi Temple. It's been a while. Yeah. I remember every Jedi comes here as a kid. Or they did when there were Jedi.
Woo! Oh yeah, I'm interested in the comics. I might try to read some of them. To be fair, we stopped literally because there was story. I'm going to continue as soon
Looks
as
like a way through over there.
I can.
I'll be careful with the ice.
Okay. I'm glad Carl has gloves because, well, one of... What the fuck? What was that? Touching that ice with your fingers must be hard as shit. Wait, which one is the correct path? Only tough people last. Oh my god, yet she's playing her Toto Divers. Whoa. We might play some Helldivers later in.
This right here is my favorite thing ever.
Oh.
In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
Kiki's so cute. Also, it's okay, Takao. We can always play whenever you have free time.
Not much to see, is there? We should head back down. My face is going numb.
I need an ice here. To be fair, first ball should do the trick with that, but okay. The fuck is that?
The great Jedi meditated here. He returned at points throughout his life to contemplate his many adventures and trials.
Master Marty Karma. Wait, what's below there? What the hell? Am I blind? Okie dokie Kiki, have a good day. Can I just drop? Yes. Oh, I see. Wait, where the fuck do I have to? Oh, I see. You go this down.
Yeah, it used to be beautiful. The warmth is nice. I remember this room. Master Yoda melted that door to let us into the caves. Not with the Force, with that crystal. The light passed through it and carried its warmth. I bet we can do it too.
Anyway.
Oh, nice.
Statue of Jedi Master is looking ahead. So does the others. How do I? How do I? Am I stupid? No es verdad. I'm supposed to go back there. Wait. That means I can remove this. Let it go. Grab this, put it here. Grab that. Grab that, I say. Thank you very much. Wait, what? What the hell? I suppose I have to use it. Shut the fuck up. No, wait.
That crystal magnifies heat from the light outside. Just need to get it in the right position, then open the window across from the waterfall.
I didn't want to do that. Light enhancing crystals. Press the sun.
BD? Just checking in. Gauge 0. There's heat coming from those cracks underwater, but it's freezing up here. I can feel it. It's calling to me. We must be close. Jedi can't pick any kyber crystal. It chooses you. Yeah, kinda like you. Just a little shake. It'll be okay. How's it going, BD? Let's hope it holds. Close one. Call's getting stronger. Let's hurry.
Rush not Padawan. Mascarpone. Wait. What? What the hell? You know when the camera is more against you than with you, this is just trash. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Them. How did they find us here?
See him.
He was heading into the caves. He called out, but I couldn't find him.
I think I wasn't supposed to do it like that, but I did it nonetheless. Cause fuck the police. Okay, let's do it the right way, just in case. Can I go lower? Just for the record? No.
A youngling dropped this during her test. She was so scared of failing. Brings back some memories. That's it. I can see it shining. What is it, Edie?
Wait, what is with it?
What'd you find? Through there. I can feel it. We're almost out of here. I promise.
Me doesn't seem very optimistic.
CD, don't come any closer. CD!
Now you got two for the price of one.
I failed.
Failure is not the end, my friend.
That's good, buddy.
The time's come. This may be the last you see of me. I can sense the doom of the Jedi Order is upon us. No! Failure is not the end. It is a necessary part of the path. Hope will always survive in those who continue to fight. Like you, BD-1. I believe you will find someone just as brave and persistent as you have been. And you will help them, as you have helped me. But your memory will be completely lost. Are you sure you want to do this? Beginning total memory encryption. Only with a trusted connection will your memories be restored. I believe in you, as I always have. And I believe in whom you choose to replace me. Goodbye, old friend.
Your memories. You risked them for me. Yeah, I believe in you too, buddy. Yeah, you're right. There's still a chance. There's always a chance. Come on.
Lemao.
Be wary, Padawan. Do not choose your crystal. It chooses you.
Tell that to Samuel L. Jackson. Smile. I can choose. Wow. Pink. Lila. And there is no white color here, so I suppose I will go into purple. Purple. I mean, it's not binary, it's utility droid speech. Yippee! Spin laser. But this just for a moment. You see. I found of the dual blade. Not well wielding. Can I? Oh, I got all the colors. Cyan, purple, orange, premium, yellow. Oh, there is yellow, magenta, indigo, purple. I like the yellow because my favorite master Jedi has the yellow one, but let's go the Samuel L. Jackson way. Purple, yeah, purple. This one. Magus. I don't like this part. That's kinda weak. There we go. This part still doesn't. There we go. Oh, nice! I can remove that. There we go. And now I can get the last 3.1, which is this. May I say, I hate the games with skill trees that require several points to unlock. I don't mind when it's like the tree has several levels. That I don't mind. But when it requires several points to unlock, that I don't like. That's mostly my personal opinion.
Maybe we should go take a look. Just need one clean hit. Someone else get in here. Is it just me?
It's mine.
We don't even have to try here. Cover down. Come on, hit him. Regret that.
Can you slice this open?
Unauthorized entity detected. Investigating.
Oh, the freaking. Wait, what? That's so stupid.
Help, BD!
Intruder, sidestepping track. Seized threat.
No.
Another step.
Unproductive human.
Over here. BD, door.
Please, doesn't goes along the way.
Door? Me, BD.
Seer, we need to get out of here. They've taken over Ilum.
Are you all right?
No, they spotted me. And that's not all. They're mining kyber crystals.
Captain, prepare for takeoff.
Look at me like a wrecking ball.
Hi, BD.
What's in here? Oh, my eye. Okay, I think we can.
For that Cybermen box set, which I mentioned a little second ago, and also is the first time that Nicholas Briggs would voice the Cybermen. Nicholas Briggs is a very talented voice actor. If you listen to Big Finish for about 3 seconds, you will notice that he voices about half the cast of every story, and also he does the Cybermen and the Daleks, and basically every single monster voice in the show going forward, and that's because he's the GOAT. Next is The Stones of Venice. Minuet in Hell, I'm just gonna skip over these two till we get somewhere important, and then The Chimes of Midnight, another written by Rob Shearman, and very well might be like the best story of all time. What? I don't know how that is possible, but it might be true. I'll leave that one up to you guys to decide. You can listen to most of these for free, by the way, if you have a Spotify. They're all on that. I would give this one personally a 10 out of 10, but if you listen to it for yourself, I mean, don't just see what you think. Attack of the Daleks is another one that I love. Everyone hates it. I think it's amazing. Probably like a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. It's just his peak. But then there's Shirt Soul, which is another Rob Shearman, and takes us into the Divergent universe arc. There's this guy called Chris. He comes in. His extra story was apparently so bad, it took like 15 years for the actor to come back. But Shirt Soul is another where it's like, holy shit, this one is amazing. It's a story where the Doctor and Charlie basically go insane, and I really don't want to spoil it, but it's sweet and scary and basically everything in between. It is so good. And basically the whole storyline more or less ends with Charlie leaving the 8th Doctor, only to immediately end up with the 6th Doctor. In probably one of Big Finish's best moments, the storyline seamlessly transitions, with Charlie switching doctors and then being forced to fight against this thing called Patient Zero and the Virons. It's just really cool. The 8th Doctor continued on, picking up Mary Shelley as a companion for 3 stories briefly. All very cool. And before we move on, let me just pick out a few key stories to touch on before jumping ahead in time. Yeah, we're gonna have a time skip, but don't worry, I'll talk about them for once. Spare Parts is one of Big Finish's most popular of all time, seeing the return of the Mondasian Cybermen against the 5th Doctor. This story is also commonly referred to as the genesis of the Cybermen, and is the Prometheus of most, if not all, modern Cyberman stories. This episode would later get credits in future Cyberman stories as well, because that's just how influential it was. Personally, I would give it a 10 out of 10. It was made from the remnants of a lost 5th Doctor story, but it's brought to life in such a haunting way. A lot of this stuff really has to be heard to be believed.
I did it.
Let's get this horrid mask off.
Oh my god.
The Cybermen are characterized perfectly here, and with this story, a lot of what is loved about them finally gets to be brought to the forefront.
Jake, use the propulsion system now or the whole planet dies. Humans, Cybermen, everything.
Maybe we should check that out.
I like humans a lot, but I don't like you. You abandoned that right long ago. You've got the whole hog and you'll never be human again.
The 70s had seen the Cybermen absent. The 80s had turned them simultaneously into robots and also creatures that were a bit too humanoid. Either way, the villains hadn't really been treated nicely in about 30 years now. Cybermen fans would somehow claim that they were better than the Daleks due to their body horror aspect, as if the Daleks didn't do that better. But truth be told, nothing like that had ever been done before in the show, and wouldn't be done until much later. But of course, there was also the classic villains trilogy with Davros, Master, and Omega. Notably, from here on out, Omega would never be touched, which, and I just find that odd, and maybe it's just me. But the final story from the main range I want to talk about is Jubilee, a Sixth Doctor story written by Rob Shearman, a story that practically reinvents the Daleks. This audio was released to mark the start of the 40th anniversary, and I genuinely would say that this episode, like most of Rob Shearman's before it, is straight up a contender for one of the best of all time. But I'll explain why in just a second. Let's get back to the EDAs. The 8th Doctor has left Charlie and Shelley and is now traveling with Lucy Miller, and they are going through it, being chased through time and space by the Headhunter. This series starts with Blood of the Daleks, which, like many big finishes of this time, will be highly influential to stories going forward. This episode would build off the Civil War and purity-obsessed aspect of the Daleks, and would serve as a fittingly epic introduction to the new arc, with the rough and lively new companion, Lucy Miller. Phobos comes up next and sees the Doctor encountering a godlike entity that is as large as a whole planet, as large as a whole sun. It survives by absorbing fear, and in an epic speech, the Doctor gives up all his memories to the creature, overloading it in an idea that would later be taken again for another Doctor Who story. Human Resources caps out the season and is a genius Cyberman story about soul-sucking office jobs. This one might actually be a sleeper hit. No one talks about it, and it is so underrated. Without spoiling too much, there's this walking office, like literally an office on stilts that brainwashes everyone within it, and then the Cybermen invade it to take over, which adds a whole new meaning to the name Human Resources. I am seriously not doing this one justice. Season 2 then begins with a continuation of the plotline, a new Time Lord Straxus being introduced right at the end in a follow-up to the Brain of Morbius. Season 3 continues the plotline even further before concluding the Headhunter storyline in a sequel to Planet of the Spiders. And then season 4 sees the whole thing coming to a close in the final two-part finale, Lucy Miller and To the Death. The 8th Doctor returns to Earth, but this time in the far future, to the remnants of the planet after the Daleks' invasion. He reunites with Susan, and Lucy sacrifices herself. This would later lead into another storyline, but to go into that would mean skipping ahead into the far future. So instead, let's finish up talking about the wilderness years and get back on track. How about that one, folks? The 40th anniversary passed the Doctor Who by like a fart in the wind, with the only thing releasing being this admittedly dope as fuck edit. But luckily, right after that, they announced that releasing shortly would be the animated Doctor Who story Scream of the Schalker, featuring Richard E. Grant as the 9th Doctor and Derek Jacobi as the Master. This story would be a well-animated enough episode that seems to have nothing really special about it. Sorry guys, which is a shame because the casting is just so good. Here it appears the Master is living with the Doctor, kind of like a pet. But there's not really much point talking about this story because sadly it simply wasn't meant to last. It's not a very good introduction to the series. It was very expensive and difficult to produce, and it would be simply impossible for it to get any viewership whatsoever, because to watch it you had to download it off 2004 internet because it's a Flash animation, right? But it was a good effort, okay guys? I actually really like this as a part of Doctor Who history, and it is canon. So just as this story finished production, Doctor Who fans would finally be blessed as good news finally arrived at the doorstep. Quietly, a revival series would be announced, and very early on there was actually not much news heard about it, but as the year went on and production began, would that soon change? The wilderness years were over. Stephen Russell Davies was born on the 27th of April 1963. Taking up the name Russell T. Davies in the 80s, the kid would lead a rather prestigious career, even appearing once on Play School as a presenter. But after that, he would say never again and stick only to writing, which is odd because as a child, Stephen was very adept at drawing. I personally love his artwork, genuinely. There is something so hypnotizing about it. I'm genuinely in awe. I think something which people don't really notice about Doctor Who is how good it is to draw, to make art out of. Because as a child, that's definitely what I did. The Daleks, the TARDIS, even the Doctor himself with K9 and the sonic screwdriver. That iconography is so good to draw, and as a child, that really sticks out to you. I genuinely think that that is the main secret behind Doctor Who's long-term success. I love the drawing, really, I do. I think the kid, aka Russell T. Davies, is genuinely a very, very talented man. And that isn't even just because of Doctor Who. He's obviously got a bit of a brain on him. He's a very smart man, very eloquent. But his most important quality was his work ethic. He knew how to work, and he was put in a position where he kind of had to. Very frequently, he would be forced to do everything behind the scenes. And I do mean everything. Usually because other people couldn't be bothered. And on children's television, where he got his start, he very often had to write in pages and pages all up in one afternoon. He was director, researcher, illustrator, assistant floor manager, and publicist, all for one shot. Consistency is a very valuable quality to have as a writer, and the kid could write. He could do it, and he could do it on time. And that got him job after job, the most successful of which being Queer as Folk, a very edgy and daring Channel 4 show that also had a lot of Doctor Who references in it.
That's your kind of thing, isn't it, Vince?
Wrong program, actually.
Oh, what's he called then? Stavros.
Exterminate! Exterminate! It's about
Nothing. I just sort of like science fiction stuff.
using the Force.
Doctor Who?
Qualities and
Yeah.
work smart and work hard.
Never really watched it.
That's really
Oh, well, they moved it opposite Coronation Street. I mean, you've no chance, sorry.
I remember that. 87 to 89. I had to tape one and watch the other.
Do you watch the street then?
Of course I do, yeah.
And he got me episode 3 of Planet of the Daleks in colour. The BBC's only got that in black and white because they burned it. But Mickey Blake, you just have to ask. He said he'd get me episode 4 of The 10th Planet. And that's a classic. I've only seen it since 1966.
There are no words for how sad you are.
Oh my god, you've got Genesis in the Daleks.
Yeah.
Oh, can we watch it?
We can watch it after, yeah?
Oh, can we watch it now? Cos, right, this is the first time Davros ever appeared. He's manipulating the war between the Khalids and the Thals so his own creations can survive.
Oh no.
Because they were the first Daleks ever. And they weren't even called Daleks, so we called the Mark III travel machine.
I know. It's my tape.
Okay.
Oh my god! How many Doctor Who's can you name? All the actors who played Doctor Who. Name them. I don't know. Just try.
I've sliced through their encryption. I'm scrambling transmissions, but it won't be long
Any more?
before they're restored. Hopefully it'll buy us some time.
William
Thank you.
Harlow.
There's stormtroopers everywhere.
Ilum was our friend.
Sorry, what? It's breaking up. We're breaking up.
You watch Queer as Folk for the gay sex, I watch Queer as Folk for the Doctor Who references. We are not the same. The show would go on to be a smash hit for its courageous presentation of homosexuality, because you'll never guess, Russell T. Davies would then go on to write a show called Bob and Rose, starring Alan Davies and Leslie Sharp, which would proceed to piss off the rest of the population, but further cementing himself as a brilliant writer. I actually think this might be his most underrated project, but that's also because I'm a contrarian bastard. There's just something so real about it, so raw and honest. Something about that's kind of lacking in dramas nowadays, where characters say more so what they're meant to say rather than what they'd actually say. This show was raw and biting, and it solidified Mr. T. Davies' signature style. He cared a lot about mothers. I think that's how I would describe it, if I had to, in a few words. It was a very unique voice in the early 2000s, although many would soon try to emulate it. This would all come to a culmination everyone in The Second Coming, a gritty drama starring Christopher Eccleston that saw the second coming of Christ because he wasn't controversial enough already. After that was Casanova, and the success of that show, starring one David McDonald, basically sealed the deal into making him a certified star of British television.
Called reinforcements. Every Star Destroyer in the sector is on their way here. If they get here before you do.
No, we didn't come all this way to get captured. I'll be there.
Seer, we've got company. Tell Grease to close the mantis.
What? With the Empire on your tail? Are you crazy, kid?
Trust me.
If you feel past this for a minute, it's because of the nerves. Now, I've told you everything you need to know. Yeah? You can drive.
Sorry, can you please?
BD, stim here.
Oh, means
Hello, Billy.
Door stim.
Please, could you prepare the car? And we'll start the test.
The early 2000s were a different time. The TV landscape had changed demonstrably. Television now would have been inconceivable to the audience of the late 80s because everything had changed. Transatlantic programs, 500 channels. No longer were there only 3 and shows ending at 10:30. There was the internet and the world was never quite the same. The BBC had also changed, with most of the heads who saw the death of Doctor Who having either left or been kicked out, mostly having been proven completely wrong about all of their backwards ideas, mostly by a show that Doctor Who would soon be taking heavy inspiration from, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This show shocked the nation in a way that forced the BBC to take note. It was a hit, and a hit that the BBC could very much emulate. Here was a show that was basically screaming at everyone, hey, and that pretty much snapped everyone out of their stupor. There were rumblings of a new Doctor Who, and somehow or other, word of that got its way to Russell T Davies. It was probably through Jane Tranter, who was pregnant at the time, and allegedly ran up to Russell T Davies at a party, or maybe Julie Gardner was there too. Who can quite be sure? I wasn't there. Maybe. But the point was, BBC Wales took on Doctor Who, and eventually news of that got out to the public. They tried to cover it up by saying that they were working on a show called Torchwood, but anyone with a functioning brain could figure out that anagram, so they quickly dropped the pretense altogether. Well, hey, there's gonna be a new Doctor Who. Everyone cried, but it wasn't quite as simple as that. Very early on, decisions had been made to ensure that this new journey that BBC Wales was embarking out on would not end in disaster. And that meant a complete reinvention of the program. The producing team of Phil Collinson, Russell T Davies, and Julie Gardner was compiled with Russell T Davies taking on the role of showrunner. And so began an extensive pre-production schedule in which some tough choices would have to be made. What would stay? What would go? Would this series be a continuation of what came before, or a hard reboot? But above all else, there was one question on everyone's mind. Who was going to be Doctor Who? Christopher Eccleston was born on the 16th of February, 19...
fallen Jedi and a failed Padawan. A bunch of screw-ups.
You can say that again.
BD's the only reliable one. He let Cordova wipe his memory so he could stay behind and guide us. But you're both willing to sacrifice everything. To keep going even when it seems impossible.
Failure's a part of the journey.
I get that now. Thank you. All of you.
Not now. I got work to do.
We'll talk later.
Hey, wasn't there a gigantic crashed ship on Zepho? Think there's any good loot in that thing?
Zepho? I don't want to go back.
Dathomir, huh?
It's time I faced him.
Yes. You're ready to face your past.
What about you and Trilla?
I don't know if I'll ever be ready. You know what you need to do to start healing, and I'm so proud of you for that. I have my own path.
I'm here for you if you need me.
I'm trying to look, does the ship have any guns?
Time to land. Get up here. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Any bets on what horrible thing will happen this time? More dead things, giant spiders, killer plants?
Hang on. I could use some help out there if you want to join me.
What? Why would I ever do that? No, I'm not going out there. What do you want, Cal?
Nothing. Just kidding.
Well, I'm glad my fear of a painful death by zombie witches makes you a little bit more at ease. Now hurry up and let's get out of here.
You don't seem as scared as you were before.
That's because for a brief moment I forgot where we were. But thank you so much for reminding me, Cal.
No problem.
Well, how are you holding up? Being back here and all.
I think I can do this.
Hey, if you ask me, Cal, I know you can.
Thanks, buddy.
Wait. So anyways.
1964 and was cast by Russell T Davies to play the Ninth Doctor. Immediately, this was a very controversial decision. I think just from the silhouette, you can tell just how different this incarnation of the Doctor was. Stepping back from the Edwardian sophistication, the frills and the gimmicks, this Doctor was rough and hard. It was very obvious they wanted to distance themselves from the quirky eccentric, the reputation that the character had garnered later on. Initially, fans were disappointed, but that all seemed to wash away in the general excitement. People were hyped, and not just Doctor Who fans. Of course, you had your haters, the doubters, they'll always be there, but there was a new generation. There was an old generation too. This had the benefit of nostalgia, whilst also being something new. This Doctor Who was gonna rock. Billie Piper was cast as the companion, a famous pop star at the time, a decision to which many fanboys snobbishly turned their nose up at. It's funny how strange these reactions were in retrospect. There was a clear effort from the creatives to create a new name for the program. Everything was stripped back. This was a gritty reboot for the show, and I know a lot of people won't believe me because looking back, it doesn't really look like that. But seriously, that was the case. The show had gone to outer space in later seasons, and this would ground the whole show and basically reinvent everything. It was a reboot in every sense of the word. I remember someone in my comments section got very angry at me when I said that, but it's literally true, to the point where if you search up reboot on Google, the example in the definition is literally Doctor Who. And I think you can feel that from the marketing. This is 2000s Doctor Who, bringing the show thundering towards a new audience. And that leads us into the revival. Doctor Who, Series 1, 2005. Doctor Who begins with Rose, both figuratively and literally. Episode 1 is called Rose. That's just what we start with, from a shot zooming from the depths of space all the way into the teenage girl's living room, and then the music.
Let's get to work.
Going airborne!
I need a break. You're paying for that.
I'll shoot! There it goes! It's so quick, isn't it? Chasing is part of the fun!
Well, that was fast. Yeah, like. Which one is this? This is a mask. Slow. Holding pool. This one. What is mask push? Volume push.
Master.
You were wrong to return here unarmed.
Not unarmed.
You think that lightsaber proves you a Jedi?
No. Chasing you. Memories that have haunted me since Braca. I won't run from them anymore.
Then let us see what manner of death your courage brings. Show me what you are truly capable of. Is that all you've got? Exhaust yourself all you like. The weapon you wield is still mine, apprentice.
No, literally.
Impressive. But is power the answer?
Nope.
Has become a part of me. I will honor your teaching and your sacrifice.
Good.
Remember,
we're
persistence reveals the path.
Starts. Murray Gold does the score for the new Doctor Who, and a lot of the show's success can be attributed to him because, spoiler alert, this show is successful and the soundtrack is outstanding. Rose goes on about her life living with her mum, going out with her boyfriend, and finally going to her job, where the montage ends with her going downstairs, down into the spooky basement, where the shop window dummies around her come alive. She's backed into a corner as the mannequins advance on her, and just as she thinks it's all over, run. And Doctor Who's back. A mysterious stranger takes her by the hand and leads her to safety, sending her home after presumably destroying her shop. And just as she runs from the scene of the crime, we see a little blue box tucked away in the background. From frame one, this story is a success. Over here. Russell T Davies chooses to bring the audience back to Doctor Who in the same way those before him, all the way back in the early 70s. The Autons and the Nestene consciousness. This story is entirely character-based, entirely from Rose's perspective, as this unearthly stranger runs into her life and then inexplicably runs out again. She meets a man called Clive, who tells her conspiracies about him, but little does she know, she's already been tracked down. Another Auton comes to get her boyfriend Mickey having been abducted, and the Doctor is there to save her, but just ends up walking into the police box. Rose panics, not knowing what to do, a ravaging monster banging behind her, and so, with nowhere else to go, she chases after the Doctor, right into the blue box, and then she runs back out again. She has to check, just to make sure, running around it a full 360, and then she runs back in, revealing the TARDIS.
Don't be scared.
The story continues on from there. It's revealed the Nestene are using the London Eye to transmit their activation evacuation signal. And after defeating them and stopping the Autons from attacking London, Rose runs off with the Doctor for 1,000 adventures in time and space. And that was the first episode, and the response was ecstatic. It was explosive. It was massive. It was a sensation. Haters' worries were quickly washed away as Doctor Who instantly instilled itself back in the public consciousness. Fans were back and audiences were in. This episode is a work of art. There's so much here, from that opening scene alone to the back and forths between the Doctor and Rose. Lots of planets have a north. It is pure poetry. So many great touches, tiny things that all add together to create something real. Cliff's death, Rose declining the Doctor's first offer, the whole character of Mickey and Jackie. This episode is an amazing...
You chose to return. Brave, but not wise.
Maybe. Marin, right? I'm Cal Kestis. What you were told about the Jedi was not true.
So you say. Cal. Malicos said many things too.
Terran Malicos might have been part of my order, but what he is now, I have no idea. All I do know is having a lightsaber isn't what makes you a Jedi.
Then what does?
We were peacekeepers. We were betrayed by those we protected. Hunted down by the Empire. I might be one of the last of my kind.
I was only a child when they attacked. An armored warrior brandishing this descended upon us and cut down my people, my sisters, until I was left alone with the dead. Then Malicos came and promised me revenge if I shared our secrets with him in return.
I know what it's like to lose everything. And Malicos was wrong to use that against you. We don't have to be enemies.
We will need this.
There she goes again.
I mean,
I'll be
the fact,
watching.
Let's get out of here.
the fact that but he's right there, like
Malicos lies ahead. You could turn back.
I can't. Lives are at stake.
alright.
Whose lives?
Bye.
Innocents. Force-sensitive children who will be hunted down and murdered.
As we were.
Oh, what's that? Hey, this is one of those.
Something terrible happened here. A massacre. They killed their own kind. Promises of power.
Yes, I like breaking pots. Chew me. Hello there.
Now, Kestis.
Malicos.
Welcome home. Here to begin your training. What in these ruins tempts you so much to risk death?
I could ask you the same thing.
There is power there. Beyond Jedi understanding. Power I control. I would offer you the same thing.
Don't you understand? I'm not interested in power. I want to restore the Order.
Restore the Jedi Order? Oh, you poor fool. It's over! Jedi fell long before the Purge. It was stifled by tradition. Deafened by our past glories. Blinded by endless war.
Maybe. But it's never over, Malicos. We stand here now, the chance to learn. To rebuild from our mistakes.
Jedi learn.
Casa
There's no
point.
future for them. Why can you not see that? it's time for something new. You and me. We could build something different. Something better.
No.
And Dathomir will be your grave. Strike me down!
Or what? Of course. That's why actual don't use Jedi powers because they can cancel each other.
Kill me if you dare! Only cowards! Strike me down! Almost got through. I was wrong to think you could stand with me! Die, world!
You have no right to Dathomir. No right to our magic. Get up, Cal Kestis. You're not dead yet.
I need something, buddy.
I won't let you strike me down. Oh, you're a quick one.
Right here, buddy.
You die, Mariko!
Not too quickly.
Help, please.
Lucky hit! What is this?
It's like you said, Malikos. Dathomir will be your grave.
Damn.
Let him lie in the dark with his secrets until death takes him.
Why'd you help me?
To rid Dathomir of that parasite.
Fair enough.
What are you really doing here, Cal Kestis?
The ones who built this tomb, the Zepho, they created an object called the Astrium. It opens a vault on a distant planet. Inside is a list of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy. But the Empire is looking for it too.
What Empire?
The Empire. The one bent on exterminating Force-sensitives so no one can stand against it?
Then it will come for Dathomir before long, as the war did. I will help you find this Astrium.
Thank you for helping me with Malikos. Thought I was a goner for a minute.
Yes, you would have died.
Right.
I am glad you didn't. It is nice to have an ally.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
You're welcome, Cal. Don't waste time.
I'm going to meditate and waste time.
This place, it's
horrifying.
Whee!
Finally found it.
It is real.
Baron, this could be the key to the next generation of Jedi.
I'm happy for you. And your Jedi. But nothing can bring back my people.
After the Purge, I was alone for a long time. In hiding, I was scared that they'd find out who I was or what I was.
What changed?
A very good friend of mine told me to go out and find my place in the galaxy.
And then he died.
And you listened?
Well, no. But life has this funny way of forcing you on the path forward anyway. Now here I am. Or at least expected.
A path forward. I will join you.
You will?
That was easy.
I've spent years waiting for a chance to avenge my sisters. I'm finished waiting. I wish to fight by your side. Night Sisters and Jedi do not travel together, but survivors. We adapt.
Yeah, that's the name of the second game.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we do. What do you think, BD? I agree. My crew, they might take a little bit of convincing, though.
Then we'll convince them.
Recruit all possible crew members. What the fuck? Why does an achievement? Wait, what? No, from when I thought I could like fast travel. Probably there is a creature now over there. Two creatures.
There's no way forward.
There is now.
Did you raise the ones before, too?
I did. I wanted to see how you would handle Malicos.
You were testing me?
And you passed. Congratulations.
Are you gonna help me with this?
I'm sure you can handle it.
Of course I can. Easy peasy.
My friend, I have never been one to shy away from the pursuit of knowledge.
This woman you travel with, who is she?
See her? Wait, how do you know about her?
I have seen your companions. Marikos wanted me to attack them, but they posed no threat.
See her, well, she used to be a Jedi. It's a long story.
I would like to learn it. I'll meet you at your ship.
You know what that means.
Amazing pilot, and it is no wonder that the show went on to be as successful as it did. Christopher Eccleston was a different type of Doctor. Up to this point, every incarnation of the character would exude an air of poshness. You know what I'm saying? That isn't really a dig, it is simply just a fact. The white cravats, the frills and coats, even the way the Doctor spoke just screams upper class, and I suppose that makes sense. The character was a Time Lord, after all. He was an alien from a civilization far more advanced than anything we could ever conceive of. Naturally, a member of that species would be eloquent and pompous, except for the fact that he's not actually how that works at all. That's entirely a reflection of our society, and given the fact that most sources of media weren't going off the assumption that the Doctor was half human, there's no real reason for the Doctor to follow that assumption. In fact, realistically, he should be the opposite. The Doctor is a rebel, he's an outcast, and besides, at this point in time, audiences weren't really connecting with the upper class Doctor, and fair enough. I too find it rather difficult to sympathize with rich people. No offense, guys. So they were in need of a change. The whole character would have to be reinvented from the ground up, and a certain man threw his name into the running. Originally wanting to be a football player, Chris Eccleston took up acting as a hobby after joining a drama club in school. This later turned into a very successful career in both television and film. And after working with Russell already on The Second Coming, he wanted to show his range and do a program that would make him play against type. A hero rather than a villain, a show for families rather than a film for adults. It's interesting looking back now for how much enthusiasm he had for the program. Russell T Davies' skills as a writer were the main driving force to get him to sign on. How things change. But he brought something new to the role. In the biggest evolution of the character since the 60s, his costume was simplified, the dark leather coats giving him an instantly recognizable silhouette while stripping down all eccentricities. It was, and still is, cool. It's understated and it stands out. He kind of just exudes this badass energy. Very handsome man playing a spiky outsider. He was...
This is Marin.
She's a witch, isn't she?
A night sister. Your fear is unnecessary.
I couldn't have gotten the Astrium without her. We fought Malicos together. I trust her.
And we trust you. You will have to earn it.
Okay, fine. Grab some seat. She doesn't try anything funny.
Welcome aboard.
They like you.
I don't know what you're saying.
I really like that the difference between people that doesn't understand utility droid.
So next, maybe...
This Cordova guy is really putting some wear and tear on my ship.
We always wanted to explore the whole galaxy.
And did you?
We explored many planets, tombs and temples related to the Zepho and Jedi. But I hit a limit. To him, there was no limit.
The poor crazy old guy was left alone.
He was always alone, even when I was with him. He cared about his work and the future more than anything else. He didn't have the time. He was always on the move. Logano was the first place I ever saw that looked like he settled, even for a brief moment.
Sit down, kid. It's time to land.
You think it'll work?
It worked for Cordova.
You can make it work.
She's right.
Oh, hey, is anybody hungry? I was thinking of whipping up some scaz steaks. I'm sorry, am I interrupting?
No, Captain. And we couldn't have gotten this far without you.
Oh, well,
It's true, Grease.
thank you. Hey, I hope you get in there and you find that hollow thing.
Holocron.
Are you sure it's something you should find?
What do you mean?
The children on that list. If you take them from their homes to train as Jedi, won't they be hunted like you?
It has to be kept out of the hands of the Empire.
It'll help us put an end to the Empire.
Wait,
Oh, hey, change of plans, we're arriving.
So Grease.
Oh, Grease.
Yeah?
I take my steak rare.
You.
Huh? Okay, now we're cooking.
Why I feel Grease is going to die? That's so disgusting, fucking raw.
There's something weird about this place. The energy is different here.
Yeah, it's different than Dathomir.
Yes. Dathomir is intricate. Its ancient power emanates from the shadows. Bogano feels more simplistic, and yet I can't figure it out.
Bogano is special. There's a reason the Zepho built their vault here.
Where your holocron waits. Hidden.
What are you getting at?
This planet has remained nearly untouched for centuries. Were the lives you seek to protect really in danger before you intervened?
We're definitely not on Dathomir anymore.
No, we are not.
Is it how you imagined? The rest of the galaxy, I mean?
It is so vast. I see now my life on Dathomir was limited.
I felt the same way about leaving Baraka. The world can feel small when you're trapped by the past.
I think I will like my time aboard the Mantis.
The Jedi retrain will help build a galaxy that respects and preserves special places like this one.
And that is their choice or yours?
We need each other to survive. Without the Jedi, I don't know if we can. We have a responsibility to protect them.
So you've said.
No, like she's actually bringing a good point. Hi, Matt. It's okay, yes, Abby, don't worry. You're free.
Got a second? You've been through a lot to get here. But the vault is still an unknown.
Cordova put the holocron inside. That's what's important. I have to get it.
Cordova built danger into this test to protect it.
You're worried about me.
I don't want to train all those younglings alone.
I'll be fine, Seer. Plus, I've got BD with me.
I know. Just be careful. This might be unlike anything you two have faced before.
Thanks. We're ready. The both of us.
Take care of each other.
Okay, there are new paths in here. Oh, I want to do them. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
This will be a nice addition to the terrarium.
I think it should be the last one. What else in front? I know there is a secret boss, which is the really hard frogs.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Let's take a look.
I guess I can quickly... Wait, what's that over there? You fucker. Wait, what is this? For the purpose of this place. What is the point of this place? There is one more which is over there.
Real, but also instantly recognizable as something alien. There was a lonesome nature about him, smiles and cheeriness masking a deep sadness. I know, I mentioned this before, but even though you can look back on it now and see the 2000s cheese, this was meant to be a gritty reboot, to bring everything back down to earth, and you can see that in the new TARDIS design. Often referred to as the coral design, this TARDIS switches out the bright, overlit white interior of years past for a dirty, lived-in TARDIS, taken from the concept of the TARDIS being a living creature. The set designers went above and beyond with the idea, making these swirling pillars that look like they've grown out from the ground. But it's still also recognizable as a machine. The TARDIS rotor in the middle going all the way to the roof, epically ascending and descending. The console itself looks like something that had been cobbled together by the Doctor. The miscellaneous screens and recognizable technology mixed with futuristic devices and buttons. Even the use of the hammer to show how ramshackle it is, it's all perfectly cropped. It shakes and moves, just like how the old TARDIS did, but now it feels more alive. Like you can really believe that the Doctor knows where he's going, just enough, when in reality, of course, he has no clue. The colors, green and orange, are specifically used here, not just because it instantly separates the location of the TARDIS from all of the others in the story, as green lighting isn't very common. It also creates a mixture of atmospheres. Orange is homely. The characters spend time here, relaxing. But the green is ethereal, alien. And sometimes when it gets darker, you can even feel somber too. It is a brilliant set, and so much thought went into it. Tiny little things that you wouldn't even consider, thought about and considered in the entire show. It's just so fundamentally different. The show would reset here back to Series 1, and I think it has every right to. The format has changed, this time from serials to regular episodes, and the 25 minutes has jumped up to 45, the standard for dramas at the time, making it not only a BBC headliner, but a candidate for some of the best time slots in the industry. There's also a very obvious gap in time, to the point where audiences didn't know if it even took place in the same continuity. This would be an argument in the fandom for quite a few years now, because creatives behind the scenes also gave no comment on whether the show was connected, likely to not intimidate new viewers. Of course, yes, to not intimidate new viewers. You could hardly convince everyone to sit down and watch a season 27 after a 16-year-long gap. And why even would you? These two shows are entirely separate. They are too different to be classified as the same show, and so we, as fans, have divided the two series up into classic Doctor Who, seasons 1 to 26, and modern Doctor Who, series 1 to whatever we're up to right now. People also called the 2000 show New Who, or The Revival. In 2023, there would be another seasonal reset, but we would still all call that New Who because, spoiler alert, it was nowhere near as big a revamp as this was. And frankly, it's very obviously not a reboot in the slightest, but we'll get there when we get there. I don't think words can describe just how different things are in 2005 to 1989. The way it's written is different, the pacing is different, directing is different, how it's imagined is different, its rivals are different. I just look at these two episodes. One is from the 7th Doctor and one is from the 9th Doctor. We are further away now from this than the 9th Doctor was from this, just to show you how much things have changed. So I won't keep harping on about that anymore. Things have changed, okay? And of course, this ushered in a new wave of fans who were totally unaware of the original series, but also many millions of children who would then later go back and consume the original. And it would get a lot easier too, as well as classic Doctor Who DVDs having started being released. Production had ramped up, with 2 Entertain releasing most of them. Shortly after the release of series,
I think it's the astrium. The closer we get to the bulb, the stronger it feels. Careful, buddy. We still don't know how this thing works. Here we go, BD.
Oh shit. Here we go then. Damn.
Amazing. The vault itself is built like a giant holocron. And linked. Something about that wall. We're close. Let's check it out.
I feel watch.
I offer this record of our civilization to those who will follow. Despite our wisdom and technological achievement, we face extinction. Dogma blinded us to the path of balance, and gradually we allowed our pride to corrupt us. Control we sought, the further we fell into ruin. I lead the remnants of my people into the great unknown, hoping that we will finally find peace.
I shall teach them the ways of the Force.
Master Kestis.
We shall begin with physical preparation.
What is the Force?
Gather round, everyone.
Master Kestis, do you think the Empire will find us?
Alright, this reflection. This is a trench. I should release it.
Keep going!
Protect yourself!
Capture the younglings. Kill the rest. They're back! Keep searching. They can't have gotten far. Target sighted.
Help me, Master Kestis!
Moving in. Spread out. There will be others. Yes, sir. You can't hide. Not you. Yeah!
Kestis. Surrender now, and we may spare the youngest. That's right. On your knees.
I'm scared. What is next for us? Master Kestis, why? I don't want to be here.
I think my lightsaber changed color, and so did my armor. I think the holocron fell down over there.
Bad feeling I'd see you here.
Oh? How uncharacteristically prescient of you. Here I thought your greatest virtue was your dogged persistence as you stumbled from one debacle to the next.
Guess you made a mistake not killing me on Baraka then.
A scant mercy. I wagered one meaningless Padawan against a prize that will win me the Emperor's favor.
You think I'm gonna let you walk away with the holocron?
Of course not. We both have our pride. But yours has cost you the lives of all the Force-sensitive children on that list, as well as your own.
Like you said, Trilla, I'm persistent.
Still and far worse. Careful with that thing. It's been through hell. Don't go. We need to stick together.
No. I'm going to lure them away, and then I'm going to circle back. Stay with the younglings, Trilla. May the Force be with you.
Master, don't leave us!
Trilla, what's going to happen?
It's okay. It's okay. No.
That doesn't seem like tapping into the dark side. That was force push. Raging does that, yes, but that's a lot of loot.
Hostile, get ready! Resistance, watch your back! Just ride him! Take him down! I can't hit him! They can't hold me, Ted. Can they? How are you jumping?
That's mine.
I see you. I live for the change. Don't let up! Help me! Your head down! Spot on!
Stim, please.
Going to beat you!
So anyways, I thought last time. What? Wait, let me check something. Let me check. I'm checking this car. Looking and sniffing. I'm inspecting. There we go.
Found the target! Enemy! Take that! Now what do we do? All right, let's end it. Come on, try me. The coward.
Seer, I saw what happened between you and Trilla, what you both went through. I'm so sorry. I was arrogant, I was foolish. I could never understand what you went through. She has a holocron.
Also, your eye look cooler. Long.
I don't know where she's taking it.
I'm responsible for the path that Trilla is on. And what she does next is the cost of all of my mistakes.
Our mistakes are in the past. And it's all of our responsibility, and it's about what we do next that's important. You taught me that, Seer.
You're right. I know where she's taking it. There's a fortress where they take Jedi, where the Inquisitors come from. It's a place of torture. It's the place I escaped. I just never thought I'd be going back there.
You won't be going alone. You'll have a friend with you.
No.
What?
I'll have a Jedi with me. Neil. By the right of the Council, by the will of the Force, Cal Kestis. Rise, Jedi Knight. You are ready.
So are you.
You talk almost as much as our small captain.
Hey, Grace.
You calling me?
You sure these vines are safe? They're getting pretty big.
Yeah, well, they're a pain in my bums, trimming them every day. But yeah, they're fine, long as I don't forget to cut them.
That's reassuring.
Okay. Time to go to the last planet, I guess. Oh. No. No. It's Australia. No.
This droid, he serves you?
BD-1 is part of the crew. But I've come across many who think less of droids. Even more since the Empire. Not too different from the Wookiees on Kashyyyk. Anyone who isn't humanoid enough is a target for them.
I thought the Jedi were their targets.
One of many, but it's all connected.
I do not understand your words.
He says he's glad we're in this together.
Oh, I did not know you spoke his language.
I don't. I just know.
I see. I am glad too, BD1.
Smile.
All right, we're here.
To be fair,
Get in your chair.
I don't think there is a concrete speech of
This isn't good. With the defenses they got, our usual tricks just aren't gonna cut it.
I can help.
What are you thinking?
A ritual. It will hide the ship. I hope.
A ritual?
She has a knack for this kind of stuff.
Wait a minute. Now, hold on. Now, what is this gonna require?
A sacrifice. One of your arms will do nicely.
Wait, what?
Don't be so serious. Join me up front. Sisters, Mother, lend me your strength. Sisters, Mother, lend me your strength.
Whatever she's doing, it's working.
What do you think the odds are?
My money's on you, kid.
Let's go, buddy.
Once we're inside, I'll engage their defense level, and then sabotage their sensors so the Mantis can extract us. You find the holocron.
Shall we stick together?
I feel the pull. The lives of every child on that list are at stake. Whatever happens in there and whatever you see, don't worry about me. Just get it and get out.
Close in on the fortress.
It's time.
Levers to help us. Levers to help us. Yippee! How long is he wait to freaking exit? He's going to get crushed by the ocean. The hell?
Airlock 8 is clear. Listen, is that a hostile? What? Intruder! Down the alarm.
Cal, you there?
Yeah. Good to hear your voice, Seer.
I've located the holocron. Sending you the location now.
Got it. We're on the move.
Is it the other? Wait. Oh, I think I remember the ending. Smile.
BD, we gotta get through this way.
Invading forces disclosed. Trauma inflicted.
I'm not doing all the work. Get him! Fire all weapons! That's probably not good.
Systems failing.
Is he gonna kill us all?
Request. First. Weapon selection is critical. If I see one more idiot attacking a Jedi with a blaster pistol, then I'll kill them myself.
Smile.
Are you even trying? He's too fast for us. Charge forward. Jedi's on the move. Keep away from him. Not possible. Strike him quickly. We'll end this quick. Feeling the pressure. I'll watch you bleed. You'll have to try harder. You are weak. Badly injured. He's wounded. Fight him, cowards. You win, traitor. This one's mine. Okay, Jedi, fight me. Someone else get in here. You will never escape. You cannot defeat me.
This place is where the Empire created the Inquisitors. Ordered Seer. Turned Trilla to the dark side. Let's tear it down, BD-1. How's me a stim, bud?
Anomaly detected.
You cannot bypass this outpost. Just gotta find our opening. We're out of gunners.
Vehicle swing.
Seer, I've cleared out this area, but the Empire sealed me in. Any ideas?
Cal, look for a control room. I've got a plan.
I think I'm standing in one.
From one.
This needs power.
No, you bitch. You bitch.
that, BD? Oh, that did something. Let's check it out.
This also reminds me
the shields on
of
the outer
Force
section of the
Simulation.
fortress. Flood the base and swim to the central keep.
It's a hell of a plan.
We'll meet up inside. Good luck.
Got it. Let's go, BD. That section looks pretty...
Oh, how am I supposed to do this? Am I stupid? Oh.
Ready for a swim, BD? Hang on.
Oh, I had to go outside. Smile. How annoying is to swim? Smile. Okay, what do we have? For slow, now stupid. Only hole. I like this. Not that I use it, but this is the end. Check. No.
Getting closer.
Get him! We should chase him! Get up here! Get him already! I'm gonna shoot him! I don't need help to kill you!
Wait, what is video? Where are you looking?
Hurry up, buddy.
Oh, he wanted to do the... Okay, do it. The hell is that?
BD, we gotta get through this way. It's like the dojo at the Jedi Temple. Wrong. Corrupted.
Fighting him. I have no filter. One drink. Your life is Form up on me. Up already.
Another.
Smile.
Just get him! Shoot at him! I'm stepping back! You'll be next! I got him!
Lovely.
My time to shine!
Oh, eliminaron la Kira.
Strike me!
Hey, buddy!
I think destroyed. I think what color short circuit.
Destroy the intruder!
Sorry.
Block this! You're not gonna make it! He's faster!
Another.
Think you can break in? Thanks, bud.
Jedi! He's in the interrogation wing! Come forward, Jedi scum!
What if I don't want? You come forward. Smile.
Fight me, traitor! Enemy ready! Wipe us out! Get him! You were just in my way. I'll get you. Traitor. You'll have to try harder. Now you'll pay.
That's the last of them.
Cal, I'm near your position, but sealed behind a blast door. Look for a console nearby.
Wait, what?
Found it. Come on, buddy. Let's go. That was impressive. How you holding up?
Don't worry about me. We have a job to do. Still, it feels good to tear this place apart. This prison is where they kept us. I only wish there was someone left to save.
I'm sorry we had to come back here.
So am I. We didn't really have a choice, did we?
I understand. Let's keep moving.
Yes. Let's get this over with.
Any sign of Trilla?
No. Not yet. The holocron is being kept in the interrogation chamber. It's the most secure place in this entire fortress. I'm opening the path to the holocron. Get to the holocron. I'll divert reinforcements and join you as soon as I can.
is open, right? Well, this is not a door. No, this doesn't open. It's mine.
Looks like a turbo lift. Might be your ticket out of here. Getting close. BD1? Thanks for being my friend. Never seen anything like this. Advanced, even for the Empire. Come on, buddy.
Maybe fell off from. What do you wanted to?
He broke them, beat them down, and turned them to the dark side.
I don't think they have enough for anything, right? Oh, I can wait this one.
BD does it again.
It will be funny if I can.
You can't win.
Oh, okay.
Now.
Toss me one, BD.
Stay still.
No.
Another. Weak technique.
Stim, please. Trillo, I saw what you've been through. You've experienced great suffering. It's not too late to let it go.
Let go. I'm stronger now because of the pain.
True thing.
I knew you'd come back for this. No, thank you. You'll never make it out of this place alive!
BD, I need help.
They should have never believed it. regret that.
Little help, bud.
Jedi will never be victorious.
Shut the fuck up.
That won't change anything.
Another.
Suffer as I have.
Hey, BD. BD.
Back here. You'll pay dearly for that.
Another step.
Cal!
I have the holocron.
I need to do this.
No, you don't.
It's over, Trilla.
Nothing is ever truly over.
This fight is over. I know the darkness that is eating you up inside, and every day we choose to either feed it or fight it.
It's too late, sir.
No, it's not. I know the choices that I made took all your choices away, and I have failed you, Trilla. I failed you. And I am so very sorry.
I've carried so much hate for you.
Here comes the boy.
That doesn't look good.
It isn't. It's him.
You have failed me, Inquisitor.
Avengers!
Time to perform. Whee!
You would be wise to surrender.
Yeah. Probably.
Ningerudayo! Let's
go.
Fuck. I hate these slide transitions. Lovely. Every time you have to slide is a pain in the ass. Plain and simple. Okay. What? Hello? Game?
Let's get out of here.
Hello.
Come on. Hey, stay back. I think we lost him. I'll make it. Seer, I won't fail you.
Kid, you read me? They're not responding.
They will. I am certain of it.
Breeze, I'm here, heading towards the surface. Be ready. I have the holocron. Seer, she didn't make it, Grease.
Get out of there now.
Keep moving, Carl. I'm fine.
Surrender the holocron.
I'll never give it to you.
We shall see.
I won't let you take those children.
I think you should try to be running, sir. Run.
Such hatred. You would have made an excellent Inquisitor.
She's stronger than that. No, no!
Yes. Strong with the dark side.
Seer.
I can feel it inside of her.
Seer! Seer! Hey, listen to me! Still have a choice.
Run. Follow. No, follow, run. No one like the fact that she could repel Vader's Vader push. It was a bit of bullshit. Got me crazy.
Hey. Hey. Hey, kid. Cal. Cal.
Seer,
She's all right. She's all right.
Maybe you're right.
You too.
You did it.
We did it. We did it.
Careful.
Where are they?
Well, they're out there. Whoa, hold on. Wait a minute.
Sorry.
That was you in the water, wasn't it?
I'm glad you're okay. This one wouldn't leave your side.
Thank you. Hey.
Hey.
So now what?
Well, Captain, this is the end of my charter. Your contract has been fulfilled. Thank you, Grease.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I was thinking that maybe I would stick around here and take you wherever you gotta go. Besides, that
taxi.
kid kinda looks up to me.
What about that?
We use it
We should destroy it.
to rebuild the Jedi Order.
The next generation of Jedi.
The Empire will be after him. Just like they're after us.
The lives of every child on that list will be forever changed.
Not by us. Their destiny should be trusted to the Force. So where to now?
Wait, no. This is the place the movie music. What the fuck? What the hell? What the fucking coitus interruptus? What the fuck? Fuck off! Shut the fuck up, game. This game is shit. This is more scammy, yes. Fuck off. Meditation training, so you know you have completed. Wait, what? Meditation training is available now that you have completed it. You may visit a save point. Wait, can you? Oh, I kinda funny. Oh my god, no, fuck off. Uy, the game crash. Wow. Can you believe it? The game crash. Can you imagine? Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm going to eat since Mika hasn't gone live yet. We are going to keep. Let's go to game shows chat that was it's a good game, but at the same time it's trash. I don't know. EA is caca. Let me put this here. Let me grab my peer reviewer text. Where I went to it. Actually, I'm going to put it here. I'm going to be on chat, by the way, so and maybe some Helldivers before I don't know, fucking hell. The game was good in the sense of certain aspect of the gameplay. Parrying blaster was fun, but a lot of other things is left too much desire. So yeah, and a lot of the breathing was kinda meh. And I'm harsh towards the game because EA has money to make something better. Fucking hell.
Series 1, in fact, while the series was still airing, volumes would be released of the series containing batches of 3 or 4 episodes. To people not watching the series as it came out, this was a godsend. Of course, when the whole thing was released, box sets became available of the completed series. I don't feel like I really need to go over every single DVD release. You guys pretty much know what's up. 1,000 new books were produced, the novels that turned into audiobooks and what have you. It would be impossible for me to mention them all, but as you can imagine, here was just an onslaught. But the most important piece of expanded media had to be Confidential. You should be seeing it in the video. I'm probably going to be using a lot of footage from Doctor Who Confidential. This is basically the behind the scenes of the show, massively edited down to show how it was that they made the show, like a built-in documentary, and it aired right after the program. Initially narrated by Simon Pegg and then Anthony Head, this show would be very popular and much loved by kids and grown-ups alike, serving as inspiration for many getting into the industry, and also just being a hell of a lot of fun. Fun fact, because this show used so much licensed music, it's kind of impossible to have it on DVD anymore, so whoopsie. But anyway, Rose had went out. The very first story featuring the 9th Doctor, oh, he's leaving. Yep, very shortly after the season had begun, the news broke that Christopher Eccleston had quit. Oops. Turns out Doctor Who Confidential wasn't super reliable because behind the scenes, things had crumbled almost instantly, with the first block of filming being an absolute disaster. The director for Rose, the first episode, was, well, let's just say he wasn't hired again after this one, and very soon relations between Chris Eccleston and the producers had eroded entirely. There was never any official story on what exactly went down, but over the years we've gathered bits and pieces of what happened, and so here I am to explain the situation and why it's very likely that Christopher Eccleston won't ever be coming back. Okay, so remember how I said the first block was a disaster? Yeah, it was a disaster. Apparently conditions on set were downright dangerous, with fire hazards left, right and center. There were weird gases in the air, and the director had a crazy falling out with Eccleston. Now we don't know why for sure, but what I think happened is that some production crew were put in a very dangerous and precarious position due to negligence of the higher-ups, infuriating the main star. The director was likely very blasé and dead set first and foremost on getting the episode done, which, to be fair, most directors are like that, but this likely caused the disagreement to spiral more and more out of control until the point where it got sent up to the higher-ups, and it was very likely there where the bridge was burned beyond repair. Maybe one poor production experience the star could live with, but the producers of the show were very quick to throw Chris under the bus. Rumor has it that if the show weren't to succeed, they were planning to pin it on him to save their own necks by saying that he let the side down by arguing all the time, being a nuisance and not being fit for the part. Now, of course, we know he is fit for the apart, so that bit is particularly egregious. But of course, back then they didn't know. The producers took the director's side, and immediately Chris Eccleston knew where he stood. He fulfilled the rest of his obligations, but when the time came to sign a contract for Series 2, he declined. He was only signed on for 1 season, and he left it at that. I think it was more of a bluff, actually, like he's saying, oh, you think you can go on without me? Well, then go on without me. And then they actually went on without him, but that's just my speculation. The reason I say this is because Chris Eccleston actually spoke highly of them right after he would have presumably quit the show, if the timeline of events is to be believed.
I approached Russell. I read that he was going to do it. And emailed him and said, when you draw up an audition list, put my name on it. Because of his, you know, I'm a fan of his writing. I've worked with him on Second Coming. I love Bob and Rose, I love Mine Oh Mine, I love Queer as Folk most of all, I think. Kind of changed television in a way. So, easy. Which is crazy in a way, because it is a big deal, I now realise. But I really didn't consider that. I just wanted to work with Russell. It's kind of the closest I've been to playing myself in a way. It's like a version of me as a child, the way I felt about the world and everything that was in it, which we kind of, as we grow older, we possibly box in and change, but it's like as close to myself as I've played, I feel, and I kind of based a lot on Russell in a way. If you've just seen him, I mean, how do you follow a press conference like that? Okay. I kind of borrowed some of Russell's speed of thought and pace, and it's his words, really.
But things became unforgivable after the BBC released a press statement saying that Christopher Eccleston quit the role because it made him tired. They attributed a false quote to him, saying that he was unfit to play the part, and actually ended up having to release a retraction after such a storm was cast about it. But they blacklisted him from working in the BBC after that, and the working relationship was ruined forever. Now, I don't know every detail about this story, and to their credit, Russell T Davies and the other producers have never said a word negatively about Christopher Eccleston publicly, remaining steadfast that he was one of the best actors on the planet. But I do think I'd probably side with Eccleston on this one. They behaved scummy, which, I mean, is fair, right? Sometimes people have to. Their job is to make the show, after all, and to protect the show, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But I truly do feel like a producer has an obligation to their actors and an obligation to their crew. And I do not feel like these producers fulfilled that obligation, and so I think that they do deserve the scrutiny and criticism that they still get to this day. I don't hate them. I don't even know what exactly went down, but I do know that they had a duty of care, and making up quotes just to spite your main star, I mean, that's just so low. But let's put that out of our minds. We know the Doctor is leaving at the end of the season, but that's still a long ways off. Let's dive in to the end of the world. Doctor Who's second episode and a jump into the far future. Balls to the walls. Everything is on show here. If you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it. And BBC Wales went all in. From the mocks of Balhoun to the forest of Cheam to the face of Bo. The costume department went above and beyond here, with their magnum opus being Cassandra, the last human. Asterix. And they're all gathered here to watch the Earth die. The end of the world. Nice place for a first date. Rose is confronted face to face with her own mortality. The mortality of her own species. This story would see Doctor Who leap ahead in terms of pop culture references. Can't play the song because of copyright, but you guys know which one it is. And CGI prowess, computer-generated images produced by The Mill. I love The Mill. It's an epic, emotional adventure that borders on cartoonish, but does well enough for the time. Here we get a larger insight into the character of the Doctor, what really happened to him. He clearly has baggage. He's a changed man, a silent sadness having overtaken him. He's even brought to tears at one point, simply from the acknowledgement of his heritage, and he admits to Rose who he is. He's the last of his race. His planet is gone, destroyed in a war, leaving nothing but fire. They gotta have chips. Again, it is masterful how they do this. Contrast the majesty of alien sci-fi boobabs with the mundane everyday life. The Doctor and Rose have this discussion in a regular crowd of people. No one listening as they walk by, because why would they? They go off to get chips right after the year 5 billion. It's the realness, that honesty that I was talking about earlier, and it's played so beautifully by Chris Eccleston and Billie Piper. Earlier on, there's this scene where the Doctor uses his sonic screwdriver, updated with a new design. designed to boost Rose's phone signal, and from the far future, she has a conversation with her mom. It's one of those things that would later become tradition, with every Rusty Davies companion having that specific moment, but there are real layers to it. Also introduced here is the psychic paper, a type of ID that shows the reader whatever they want to see. Plot device, but no more than the sonic screwdriver. Here it flashes an ocean blue. Just in general, a very cool design. It's all the stuff like this that adds to create an incredibly recognizable franchise. This was on all the posters, which leads us on to The Unquiet Dead. Written by Mark Gatiss, this story is a return of the pseudo-historical, but this time in a new style, befitting the revival, centered around a famous figure. This episode would focus on Charles Dickens and the struggles of his life, and naturally there would be ghosts as well, and Christmas. The Doctor and Rose land in Cardiff, with Rose taking her first step into another time, and they quickly get wrapped up in a plot involving the Gelf, gaseous creatures trying to get through the rift after their species was displaced in the Great Time War. Ooh, that's the war from earlier, by the way, now given a name, the Time War. But anyway, turns out to be a trap as the Gelf use this lady, Gwyneth, to enter the world and attack using zombies. Gwyneth is a psychic, remember? Those are in Doctor Who. And she uses her power to see into Rose's future. She sees the darkness, the big bad wolf. Ooh, story arc. Doctor Who now has story arcs and mystery boxes. I'll explain later, but poor Gwyneth dies and the story comes to a close. But does the rift stay closed for good? Up next is Aliens of London and World War III, our first new two-parter with a terrific cliffhanger to boot. This episode sees the Doctor and Rose returning to Earth and the Powell estate, except accidentally having gone 1 year into the future. This is where Doctor Who really starts, with the whole home dynamic being effectively established. Jackie Tyler, Mickey Smith, and an alien spaceship smash straight through the heart of London. It's quite shocking, actually, to evoke such imagery only a few short years after the attacks in America. And the whole episode turns into this genuine masterclass on how to do an alien arrival story. What I love here is the use of setting. The estate provides a real rigid, down-to-earth grounding point where characters react exactly how you thought they would. There are house parties and characters we don't know, and it really feels like a real place and not this sort of isolated sets that you might get from a different, maybe suburban environment. Also masterfully used here is television. The 2000s were kind of the last time they could do this, but the Rusty Davies era is known for its presentation of other news stations or characters watching TV, mostly because at this time people did watch TV. The fact that the show is produced by the BBC allows for them to use BBC News, lending even more to this realistic aspect of it. The Doctor watches telly whilst everyone just goes on around him, and then briefly even go on to Blue Peter. Speaking of which, Christopher Eccleston would also appear on Blue Peter and even kill a Compos Dalek with a Blue Peter badge. Nice. The villains of this story are the Slitheen, big green hulking monsters that hide inside fat politicians and make them fart. They've infiltrated the whole government in an attempt to destroy the Earth and sell it off to the highest bidder. And they've done so in an intricate plot where they use a ship to scare everyone, gather all of the alien experts, kill all of the alien experts, and then gather all of themselves into one place so that they can all get destroyed by a missile. Classic. I love the Slitheen. They are genuinely genius creations. The zipper head, the iconic stock fart sound effect, the horrific baby face. These guys are perfect Doctor Who monsters. And just for the sake of the video, I have to say it. They're from Raxacorico Falapatorius. Introduced here is Toshiko, who works on the body of the space pig, and Harriet Jones, who's going to become Prime Minister. Raxacorico Falapatorius. So I can say that, but I can't say Ben Aronovich. Oh, apparently I can say Ben Aronovich now, but I can't say it when I needed to read out the word 10 minutes ago. What the fuck? The Slitheen end up all defeated. Life on Earth moves on, with the spaceship being labelled as a hoax, and the Doctor and Rose continue on into the vortex. The story begins in a museum, an alien museum, which the Doctor and Rose find a couple of old friends. The Doctor looks at it, but not in horror. There's a sorrowfulness about him, almost nostalgia he feels for the Cyberman, one of his oldest enemies, but a relic of a time long past. And he reaches out touches the glass. Shortly after, he is taken into the care of Henry Van Staten, the richest man alive and owner of the internet. He's operating in a bunker in Utah and collects alien artifacts for his own amusement. But below, deep below, many feet underground, is his prized possession, the Metaltron. Intrigued, the Doctor goes in to investigate, and what he is confronted with shocks him to his core. Dalek is the 6th story of the Doctor Who revival and written by Rob Shearman. This story takes heavy inspiration from his previous work in Big Finish, primarily the story that I skipped over earlier titled Jubilee. Now that story is very similar to Dalek, but to avoid the confusion I will hold off on explaining it and instead deep dive into the television episode. This story sees the return of the Daleks, or the return of a Dalek specifically, and is, in my opinion, the very peak of the revival era. I think this is the best episode of the new show, and say it with me now, I think you can all understand why. The Doctor confronts the last Dalek, the very last Dalek in all of existence, crashed down to Earth in a ball of fire. Its weaponry is defective and it is wrapped in chains. The Doctor tears into it, and we finally get an explanation on the last Great Time War. It was between the Doctor and the Time Lords, the Doctor's species. It lasted an eternity and a second, ending in the death of both races at the Doctor's hand. He watched it happen. He made it happen. He destroyed them, and he had no choice. This exchange between the Doctor and the Dalek is one of the most powerful in the entire history of the program, conveying the whole legacy, the whole rivalry, and the whole justification of this show's existence. This episode is the catalyst. The Doctor is broken after fighting in the Time War, and he needs to be healed. Ironically, Rose is the character this episode all revolves around. She accidentally frees the Dalek, allowing it to heal itself and go on a rampage, gunning down everything that stands in its way, but she also corrupts it too, infects it with humanity, forcing it to mutate into something more merciful. But she's also doing that to the Doctor. The Dalek brings out the worst in the Doctor, turning him into a small, angry man, holding a gun at a defenseless creature, hate bubbling, spit frothing at the mouth, screaming in rage for the Dalek to kill itself, and Rose helps him. This is the arc of Series 1. Rose healing the Doctor, and this episode perfectly encapsulates that. This story is perfect. I genuinely think there is not a single issue with it, but for the sake of time, I will hold back. If you want a whole video of me talking about just this episode, leave it in the comments below, because I could talk about it for hours. As a Dalek fanboy, there is just so much here to dissect, but instead, I shall abstain. At the end of this story, Adam Mitchell stumbles into the TARDIS and joins the crew for the next story, this time entitled The Long Game. Welcome to Satellite 5, the new station of the future. Run by Simon Pegg, this space station is more nefarious than it seems. Ooh. And Adam is a bitch, bruv. Luckily, Adam gets ditched at the first opportunity with horrific alien technology implanted in his head due to his own incompetence. Who fucking hired this guy? And it turns out the human race is secretly being run by the Jagrafess, or its full name, let's see if I can get this, the Mighty Jagrafess of the Holy Hadrajassic Maxon Rodenfall. How did I do? It's first try, by the way. And at the end of this story, it explodes! I'm sure the Doctor did good here, folks, as Adam gets ditched and we're on to the next adventure. Next up is Father's Day, a story that delves into the past of Rose Tyler, introducing us to her deceased father, Pete Tyler, who died in an accident just after she was born. This story is delightfully melodramatic, taking us into a brief alternate timeline where Rose saved her father's life that allows for some brilliant character interactions and that sweet juicy drama, baby. Give it a drop. Here, Rose breaks a fixed point and we see the consequences. The Reapers, horrific spectral creatures, descend like parasites to eat the wound in time. And of course, in the end, Pete must sacrifice himself, but Rose does manage to change time, albeit slightly, making it so that in his dying moments, he didn't have to go alone. After that is The Empty Child, the second two-parter and the first televised story by a Mr. Stephen Moffat. The Kid Strikes Again! And this was a very popular story, heralded by Chris Eccleston as his personal favourite, which is fair enough. Here we're introduced to the first of Stephen Moffat's many iconic villains, all of which have a signature catchphrase associated with them. Are you my mummy? With the gas masks would haunt a generation, as would the effect of the gas mask transformation as the empty child infects everything that it touches. This story is also notable for its introduction of Captain Jack Harkness, a very beloved character, gone to be very important for the Doctor Who mythos. The title of part 2, The Doctor Dances, would actually be a double entendre and conclude the debate on whether or not the Doctor dances by definitively stating, yes, the Doctor does indeed dance. The no hanky-panky in the TARDIS crowd were quaking in their boots. If you haven't been able to tell up to this point, the relationship between the Doctor and Rose is romantic. Yes, this is not up for debate. The story ends with Jack joining the crew. He used to be a time agent, now he's a con man, but after his adventure with the Doctor, he's changed into a bona fide hero, leading us straight into the next story, Boomtown. The Sardine are back! Well, one of them is. Boomtown continues on from the events of World War III, but this time in Cardiff, with Margaret's plan to use the rift to destroy the planet. I really like how interconnected this series is. This episode sees Mickey coming back into the fold and continues on with Captain Jack, which means that we have ties to the last episode, The Doctor Dances, the episode before that with the Sardine, The Unquiet Dead with Cardiff, and the very start with Mickey. So literally every part, every segment of this season is being constantly called back to, all except the Daleks, which is a very subtle way to put them in the back of your mind. Not so you forget them, but more so that you don't suspect them when they show up later. I mean, all the Daleks are totally dead, guys. For real. Also in this story is the character's first recognition of the repeated words Bad Wolf, showing up in every story so far, with the Doctor brushing it off as nothing. I'm sure it won't mean anything whatsoever. The next story is called Bad Wolf. Okay, just before we move on, Margaret gets turned back into an egg, Mickey officially gets broken up with by Rose, the rift is established as a source of energy for the TARDIS and something that needs to be looked after, and finally, the heart of the TARDIS is introduced as the core, and it contains mystery, mythical powers. Anyways, now we can go on to the next story. Bad Wolf and Parting of the Ways are the finale to Series 1, and these episodes, in my opinion, are a work of art. Idiots will say that they aged poorly. Personally, I believe these episodes are still as cutting and biting just as they were 16 years ago. This is the revival of Doctor Who at its best. The TARDIS returns to Satellite 5, brought here by a mysterious creature. Each character is split up and put inside a horrific game show, the Doctor being in the Big Brother house, Rose in the Weakest Link, and Captain Jack in What Not to Wear, all with a brutal and murderous twist. It is brutal, and not just because of what happens to the losers. The Doctor escapes his game show with his new friend Linda with a Y, and quickly discovers that this game station is owned by the Bad Wolf. The Bad Wolf Corporation, and the Earth has been decimated. 100 years of hell. And although in retrospect we know that this was all caused by the Daleks, it is still a haunting realization to have. As haunting as the music is in this episode, Murray Gold's score, it just can't be understated. The music in this episode is terrifying. One of my favourite parts is when the Doctor escapes Big Brother and there's this triumphant, heroic music. The Doctor, with the upper hand, he's confident, can take on the whole world. And then, as soon as he's out of the small room, it all fades away into the cold, dark world. It isn't as easy out there as it was in here. Even the colours reflect this. Each episode has its own identity, and Bad Wolf and Parting of the Ways are by far the darkest. Literally, tone meetings were a part of the extensive pre-production process that dictated, among other things, which colour palettes each episode would have. It's not a coincidence that even when compared to the episodes set at night, Bad Wolf still has the darkest colours out of all of them. And even when it is bright, it feels like a reprieve from the oppressive nature of the story. story as when Jack finds the TARDIS. I'm also reminded of Resurrection of the Daleks, but that's probably just me with my stupid fan brain. But I'm skipping ahead, as the Doctor is too late to save Rose, and she finds herself murdered by the android. Rose is killed, disintegrated. Genuinely, one of the most jaw-dropping moments of the whole show. I find it crazy that people can look at this episode and say that it's aged poorly or it isn't powerful. This is some of the rawest television that I have ever seen. But naturally, she is not dead, as the Doctor finds out when he makes his way up to floor 100. It turns out the death ray is a teleport, and everyone who dies in the games has found themselves transported. But transported where? Well, across space into the Dalek spaceship. Yes, guys, the Daleks are back, which would be a surprise if it weren't in the next time trailer. Rip the marketing team, man. But seriously, this cliffhanger where it's revealed that the Daleks are back and there is 500,000 of them, holy shit, this story is so peak, man. Also, can we talk about the Dalek inflation for a second? Back in the day, the number to be scared of was 10,000. Now we've got 500,000. How can we even have that many? Well, it's all explained in the next episode, as the Doctor, Rose, and Captain Jack find themselves face to face with the Emperor of the Daleks. An incredible design that I simply adore. Nicholas Briggs does the Dalek voices here, and he does all of them from series 1 onward. He is just so good. He's probably the best performer to ever do them. He can do all of the inflections, all of the different moods, and it doesn't hurt that this script is basically perfect. The Daleks here are all impure, created from the remains of human flesh by the Emperor Dalek, whose ship flew through space and time after the events of the Time War. He has a god complex, and after hiding in the shadows for several hundred years, he is ready to advance on the universe. So it's up to the Doctor to stop him, the oncoming storm, getting ready a delta wave, while everyone else fights for him below. Rose gets sent home, she's pretty sad. Linda dies, Jack dies, and basically all seems lost. Until Rose opens the heart of the TARDIS and she becomes Bad Wolf. It turns out it was her future self, sending the phrase back in time as a guiding point to bring her to this exact moment and to destroy the Daleks from existence. And also she brings back Captain Jack, wahey! The Doctor realizes the energy is too much for Rose and finally takes it all away from her with a kiss. Aww, that's that good shit. Again, I feel like this episode has too much for me to talk about, so I will spare you the fine details. This is one of those episodes I would just highly recommend to watch for yourself, because whatever words I could think of to describe it simply wouldn't do it justice. Rose wakes up again in the TARDIS. She doesn't really remember all that happened. She looks over at the Doctor, who seems to be worried about something. Little does she know that this would be her last moments with him. You see, the Doctor is dying, but he tells Rose not to worry. This is a little trick. He's done it before, but it means he's gonna have to change. Rose, unsure of what the Doctor means, simply listens, knowing intuitively that these would be his last words to her. And as the Ninth Doctor's character arc finishes, Rose jumps back in amazement as he is surrounded by a burst of ferocious fire, his whole body engulfed in flame. And then, before Rose's very eyes, his whole body begins to change.
We survived, and there's a whole group of people on the other...
Ain't that something?
Yeah!
Only the thing is, we're gonna have to take the boy.
What'd you say?
The television landscape had changed. Doctor Who was now a show with new rivals. Gone were the days of facing off against Blake 7 or the Generation Game. Now, Doctor Who had other shows to fight against, or maybe bounce off of. The relationship that Doctor Who had with other shows wouldn't be as hostile as I just characterized it. In fact, this show would actually take inspiration from many of its contemporaries and kind of in a way be defined by them, or at least be defined by the era of television in which it released in. Television in the early to mid 2000s was very different. I mentioned Buffy earlier, but shows like Lost and Firefly were equally as influential on the production of Doctor Who, especially this early on. David MacDonald had been a lifelong fan of the program. Growing up in Paisley, David was born in 1971, and despite being a rather shy kid, quickly butterflied into a wonderful actor. Just simply incredible. Seriously, he's really cool. He actually wanted to become an actor because of Doctor Who, apparently, unless he's lying, which he probably is, and saw early success in the 90s as a teenage actor. Would you look at him? Later, in the 2000s, he would get his foot in the door as a voice actor in various Doctor Who projects, with him appearing in Scream of the Shalka.
We're locked up for the weekend! Go away! There's nothing here!
In A Big Finish, opposite the Brigadier, as the new Brigadier.
Get off the fence! Get off the fence! Get away!
And most notably as Galanar from Dalek Empire, the main character of the first two Dalek Empire box sets, which might be the best Big Finish thing, I don't know, maybe, coming from a Dalek fan. But his real big break came in the form of Casanova by Russell T Davies, and it seemed from the moment that Christopher Eccleston announced his resignation that all eyes were set on David Tennant from the get-go. I mean, it is rather obvious, he literally voiced the first revival documentary. So he would become the 10th Doctor, and his journey would begin on Children in Need with the nice little fun short Born Again. I really like this one. It shows the direct aftermath of the 9th Doctor's regeneration and is a neat little tie-in to the next story, the Christmas Invasion, the first of the Doctor Who Christmas specials. Let's go! These would become a bit of a tradition, and just in general, I think they're a bit of a laugh. I love them, and I've got to admit, I love this episode as well. The revival of Doctor Who is very interesting to me because it's a constant juggling act of old and new, and by this point, 1 year in, the show had made quite a name for itself. The creatives were, of course, fans, but also they were keenly self-aware fans who were very in touch with the sensibilities of the general audience. They always wanted to add more Doctor Who, but also they had to work with the balancing act of this new stuff, this new drama that they had created, and I feel like the Christmas Invasion is the perfect blend of both. They had a new audience filled with people who had never watched the show before. They had an old audience who hung on to every word, and they had children who were going back and forth between the two, curious to find out more about the legacy of it all. So as time went on, it became more and more tempting to give into that a little bit, but to their credit, they didn't budge an inch. They played the whole thing entirely straight, and they committed to that original vision, the story of Rose Tyler, the Powell estate. That was our rock, and would guide us through this turbulent transitionary period as we get used to this new Doctor. The decision to have post-regenerative trauma was unlikely an easy one. By the end of the main series with Time and the Rani, it was more so done out of tradition rather than necessity. The TV movie definitely only did it because that's how it's been done before, but the revival didn't make decisions that way. The thing is though, is that if you do go back and realize why post-regenerative trauma was such a useful plot device, you realize that if done with proper execution, it can result in a rather compelling story. Now, I personally think that in the past it was utilized quite poorly, and that in the future, cutting ahead for a second, their rather recent decision to just abandon it is probably a good one. But for the Christmas Invasion specifically, I think the criticism that it features this long-established Doctor Who trope is a rather weak one. It works perfectly here. Grounds us in a world defenseless without the Doctor's help. The characters here are strong enough to stand on their own, with Harriet Jones, now Prime Minister, teaming up with UNIT to face off against the new alien threat, the Sigarax. And yes, UNIT is back, and they're far less charming and charismatic than they used to be. And they've even got an all-new acronym, Unified Intelligence Task Force. Does that count as an acronym? Whatever, man. But apparently the UN had filed a complaint. What the fuck? What bastards? What have the UN ever done for us? But the main stars here are the Tylers, and Mickey put in with them as an honorary family member because I think he counts. The Doctor spends most of his time in a coma, so it's up to them to save the day as the Sycorax plan to hold Earth to ransom with blood control. But a good old-fashioned spilt cup of tea is enough to power up the Doctor, who emerges to fight the Sycorax leader Lee Epic style with a sword fight. Fuck yeah. They should do a sword fight on every Christmas day. And the Doctor gets his hand cut off. But don't worry fellas, it heals, Lee Epic style, with the Doctor then defeating the villain the only way he knows how, with a Satsuma. Instantly, this new Doctor establishes himself as action-packed, romantic, swashbuckling, heroic. He's got a dark side, he's charming, and he's got a lovely estuary London accent that's nothing like his real voice whatsoever. You know, I would complain, because the real David Tennant has such a nice Scottish accent, but but I would be lying if I said that I didn't love his Doctor voice. I do love his Doctor voice. It's a Doctor voice, man. He can just become the Doctor. It's like a switch. He can turn it on and off. Wish I could do that. I'm gonna do my impression of the Doctor. Ho ho! Hello, everyone. I'm the Doctor. Does it work, guys? And I think it's safe to say that at this point, David.
Okay. We are at the 6 hours 36 or 37 mark. We are more than halfway there. Oh, wow! And today early in the morning, I was playing on Shrouded, and I watched the first 4 hours almost by myself. It was very educative. While I was offline. Let's go to Micah. The dimension is going to be. Why are you keen so fun? Not so often appearing in Doctor Who. Why there is so many vampires in Doctor Who? Smile. We are going to say hi to Mika, and I'm probably going to pass out because I didn't sleep last night. So yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody. Okay, raid. Mika dyslexicon. No wait. Alexion. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to be with Mika, lovely Pato. And we are going to have a swell old time. Take care, everybody. Maybe, I don't know tomorrow if I'm going to stream, but if I do, I will smile, and if I don't, I won't. Smile. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.